Oh, he went over the top, and he actually did hit the jack, but it's still not closer.
Was able to open a little bit of the view of the jack, so that's a very good shot for him.
And it means that Gamper will have to go over the top as well, potentially. Very nicely played.
Yes.
That's the best shot we've seen from Sugimura.
Yep.
He was almost thinking 2 shots ahead. He set up the game plan and executed it.
Was able to execute, but when the pressure is not there, that's being behind 7-0. The nerves are necessarily not as high, so.
Just adjusting his angle. Oh, you can see what he was trying to do there, but just not the right length on the line.
So you may try to lob to the jack ball so you can push the jack to his blue ball.
Oh well,
But
just as you
decided to
said.
place.
He went for it. And oh, that is very close.
Yeah.
From Gamper's. It's touching, it looks like, from our angle here. Fantastic angle, just over the top. And you see that it's Sugimura's ball that is not touching the jack. So Gamper has used all his balls, and Sugimura as well. And it will be 1 added to the total of Gamper, and he will be making his way to the final. A fantastic performance then from Gamper. Just showed his class there, didn't he, Dominic?
It's just a different level. Sugimura will still have a chance to win a medal. Might not be the color he wanted, but competition is not over for him.
Well, what a match and what a semi-final that was on show court for Gamper. A resounding victory. And it means that he will move on to the final of the BC2 category, and he will face one of the other match semi-final that was going on. Just looking at the scorecard, and we'll take another look at the highlights. We've seen some fantastic stuff in that fixture, and now we have a break here on show court, as our next game will be the 3rd and 4th place playoff. But we'll be back on show court on the live stream at 11:30. So get yourselves a cup of tea, and we'll welcome you back for the BC3 3rd versus 4th playoff here on the live stream.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
big Merseyside derby, red against blue. Which one are you? First, from Liverpool Football Club, Chief Executive Peter Moore.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? Two sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool, right on the banks of the River Mersey, and this year's hosts of the BISFed Boccia World Championships. We've seen some spectacular action of boccia over the last couple of days, full of twists and turns, but the stakes have been raised ever so slightly as the semi-finals took place earlier, and now we look forward to the third versus fourth playoffs and the finals taking place this morning and throughout the afternoon. You can just feel that excitement and tension rising through the courts. And to take us through our third and fourth place playoff is Scott McCowan, and on centre court, on show court, Daniel Michel and Jun-Yup Kim of the BC3 category. This is the third versus fourth playoff, and this one should be really exciting, Scott.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I think this will be a close game. It's hard to separate them. Dan Michel's had a fantastic year and had a fantastic tournament up to this point. Obviously, being defeated by Grigorios Polakarides is no disgrace, and I think still probably make him favourite, but it's hard to tell because Jun-Yup Kim is a name that we know quite well, but is made probably in and out appearances in the Korea side over the last couple of years, and has played well up until this point, but we've not really seen a lot of them recently in terms of how he's playing, what the style that he's playing with. So it should be interesting to see how he does here.
Well, Daniel Michel has the jack for the first end, and using a slightly shorter ramp, and he goes relatively wide there, Scott, on his first end.
Yeah, I mean, we see jack balls probably have a wider variety in the BC3s as well, but I think it's a pretty standard position for Dan to play. But yeah, that looks to be a softer jack, which is quite interesting because, interestingly, in the previous game against Grigorios, Dan went for quite a hard jack ball, which is really quite interesting with the idea of that. I'm assuming being to make it harder for Greg to get on the jack touching and control it. Obviously, in the end, it didn't work for him because he lost that game. It was interesting to see the tactic attempted, and got to credit him for that.
And we can see his first red ball, touching the jack and just blocking off the angle slightly for Kim as well.
Yep.
So a nice start for Michel, who would love to get a bronze medal. He was the first Australian to compete in the boccia for the Paralympics, so a fantastic achievement back in 2016, and ranked number 5 in the BC3s.
Yeah, he's come a long way in a short space of time. He actually came to train with the Great Britain squad a few years ago when he was on a holiday / boccia tour of Europe, trying to learn the game, and he was relatively new at that point, but as I say, he's made a remarkable rise, and he's a good friend of mine. That's a good opening shot by Jun-Yup Kim, but you see he didn't have to hit that very hard to open it up.
Yeah, just opening up the jack.
Can he take control here with his opening layup to the jack? You see adopting the mouth pointer as Dan does. It's becoming more and more popular as a tactic for releasing the ball.
How does your mentality change, Scott, when you've been in a semi-final and you're one step away from making the final, and then suddenly you find yourselves in a third versus fourth playoff?
Yeah, it's obviously a difficult one because you are extremely frustrated to have obviously lost the semi-final, dreaming of that final, but you've got to quickly respond and get back to it, because these medals are very important for ranking points, but also just the prestige of winning a bronze medal. But I always try in these games to assume that my first end's not going to get off to the best start, because you do have that dip, and quite often that happens. I just try and almost expect it, and if it goes better than that, then it's a bonus. Because sometimes you just need that first end to try and kind of get yourself going again. And it's amazing how many times that's happened to me starting a bronze medal match that I don't play well on the first end.
Well, Junyup Kip has started well, but that's a nice looking shot.
That's a great shot.
Shout.
And that was the problem there, that Junyup Kim found himself, because he wasn't right in front of the jack, and that allowed the opportunity for Dan to take the jack back, cut it behind the red and block him out. Dan will be really happy with that.
Yeah, he's got an angle as well, Dan, just in between the two blues as well to aim for.
And right away, Kim moving right to the far edge of the box with his ramp, and obviously lining up outside of the box to get that angle across, to get a route in, and he can get some cracking angles as well, as can all the Korean players really.
And just a reminder, of course, with the BC3s, they do have assistants, but they cannot look at the court, so they cannot help the players in terms of giving advice or anything like that. It's all down to the players, which is a really incredible skill.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice to get right. Another incredible skill is the ability to be able to drive your wheelchair using a mouth pointer, which Junyup Kim does fantastically well. I've got to say, I always find it really fascinating to see that. He's got great control, and that's a great control shot there to open the jack up and move that red out, leaving the blue in there blocking Dan.
That's a fantastic shot from Kim, and he took a wider angle on his shot there as well.
Yeah, it's an intelligent shot, that.
Really nicely played from Kim, and like you said, Scott, it just closes the angle for Dan.
So Dan will have to try and line up here at an angle if he's going to get into the jack now. See him lowering his head to try and make sure he can see it correctly.
Of course, we'll keep you updated with the other third and fourth place playoffs going on around the courts. We've seen already this morning the likes of Sugimura, who takes on Robert Mejic in the BC2 third-fourth playoff, and that's happening on court 4 at the moment.
Yeah, with all the dominance in recent years of the Asian BC2s, Robert's done fantastic, representing Europe to get as far as that.
Yeah, just saw a shot there from Daniel, just having another look on the replay.
Yeah, and he just caught it right on the edge to clear it out of the line, and it's went to the side of the jack, and that's okay because he can now get at the jack and control it. So that was a very good shot. That's exactly what he intended.
Yeah, some people would question, why has he just nudged his opposition's ball close to the jack? But you're quite right. He's just giving himself a better look at the jack.
Yeah, and at the top level in boccia, it's actually not about being closer than your opponent. It's about controlling the jack. Sometimes it's better to be further away, but have a chance to control the jack. And on that occasion, he's put, obviously, the blue closer, but because it's to the side, that allows him to get at the jack with the subsequent shot. All strategy in this game.
Shorter ramp this time for Daniel. Nicely played.
And he was just trying to get in between Jack and Blue, and he just caught a little bit too much of the Blue, and that's meant that it's just kind of bounced back and not quite closer. But it's okay, it's in a good position, but it just means it's going to have to be another ball used. I was speaking to Dan just after his semi-final, and he was up for this game, ready to try again and get that bronze medal.
Well, like you said earlier, Scott, it's no shame losing to Polychronidis. He's played some fantastic boccia this week.
Yeah, and that final was just going to be exceptional, I think. The rematch of the Paralympic final from Rio.
Yeah, there's a lot of different permutations in the match that could make it a classic.
As Dan goes for this power shot to move the Blue.
Nicely
And that's a
played.
very good shot. See that there? There was obviously the option to push the red on, but with the Blue in such close proximity, sometimes better shot is to move that ball. And you see the Jats tucked behind the red in terms of Kim's line. So he's got a tricky shot now. That was a good shot by Dan there. You'll be happy with that.
Nicely played for Michelle, and now it's Junyup Kip's turn to place his fourth ball.
So although Dan's played 5 balls, he's still sitting quite well here. But the key thing will be how many balls it takes Junyup Kim to open this jack up. Can he use the angle? Can he use enough power to get that red out of there? Dan will be hoping not.
You can see straight away that Kim's gone for maximum power.
Yep, so we'll get an inkling here how much he's able to move Dan's balls. And no problem at all.
That was very nicely played.
And now Dan's got a bit of a problem.
With only 1 ball remaining as well for Daniel. And just to round up the other 3rd and 4th playoff games happening around the courts, Boris Nikolai, who's had a very good tournament in the BC4 category, comes up against Alison Levine, who herself has had a really good championships as well. And Vitsanu Audbrat against Daniel Perez, who was beaten in the semi-finals. The number 2 ranked in the BC1 category, beaten by Kai Sun, who will be playing David Smith in the BC1 final.
Yeah, I watched Levine of Canada take on Komar of Croatia, who is the champion from Pavoa, the last event, if I remember rightly, and he's a good player in his own right. So she was playing very well in that game, and she's made it to this stage, so she could be one to watch. Boris Nikolai obviously did great in defeating Stephen Maguire and then Elisao dos Santos in the next round of Brazil.
I'm sure he'd love to take away a bronze medal today.
Yeah.
After a great championships, but folks back on show court, and Junyup Kim has managed to get his 5th blue ball.
Yeah, and
touching.
The measure that the ref performed earlier was key there, because who had to go there would probably win this end, and Dan rolled his eyes when he discovered that it was going to be Junyup Kim to play, and obviously that's why, because he stuck it right on, and it meant that Dan, with his last shot, could only try and defend.
So he knows that he'll have 1 point added to the total for Kim.
And Kim now, I think, will try and use his power, just hit the blue into the jack to spring it back and maybe get the second one in, scoring in behind. You saw the line judge a little earlier getting down on his haunches to check the chair of Dan to see if it was inside the box, and that's what the line judge is there for, to make sure there's no violations in terms of equipment being on the line, make sure the release is correct, the assistant's not communicating, all those things. An important part of the team of officials in a BC3 match, particularly.
done that to perfection, hasn't he, Kim?
Yeah, so that was actually a different shot to the one I suggested, which actually worked out fine for him because he was able to easily move the red and leave the blue there. And again, that's just, sometimes you don't quite see the angles and the perspective of the players, and he would have realised that that was an easier shot as it's worked out. And also it depends what ball you have. If you don't have a hard ball left, you may not be able to have enough power to play the shot that I suggested.
Well, it will be Junyuk Kip to take a 2-0 lead, I should say, into the second end. And just looking ahead now to the BC1 final, which will be coming up next. And what a final it plans to be. Can David Smith defend his BC1 championship title against Kai Sun, who has sort of slowly moved his way through the tournament? He's not many people have followed him, really.
No, it's not really a player that I know a great deal about, I've got to say. But obviously, when you make a final, you're a great player, clearly, because the standard of players that he's eliminated tells you that. And yeah, it's interesting that he's made it this far, but he now has a formidable challenge against David Smith.
Well, we're all very excited for that one, and all very excited for the finals to come this afternoon, but we've still got a very important match here on show court.
So Dan will be frustrated with that start, but he knows there's a long way to go, and you can't let that affect your performance. He's playing well.
Short layup for Kim compared to Daniel's layup in the first end. And now he'll roll in his first ball. Interesting to see how close he can get and whether he can close the angle off for Dan.
Yeah, and the Koreans all play a very similar style of jack position. Always in the short area of the court, trying to exploit the angles, and they always get a well-angled first ball, 9 times out of 10.
That's nicely played. Still a slight look at the jack for Dan.
Yeah, that could have been better. Dan will be encouraged by that. Should be able to move it in perhaps one shot. Again, it depends really the angle that they see from the box. But that looks like it might be possible to be moved in one. And Dan won't be fazed by this. Obviously, he's the Kansas City and Bangkok World Open champion. So he's been and done it before. He was third in Montreal at the World Open this year. So this is someone that's gone the distance. As we said, world number 6.
And yeah, for so young as well, only 22 years old, he's really started his career very promisingly and done really well. And this will only add to his confidence, just even making to the third-fourth playoff as well. Try to clear the...
And that's a great shot.
Right.
Absolutely fantastic. And you can see the release there, how difficult a release that is. Stretching all the way, angle on his chair to make sure he can release it in the box to obviously be within the rules.
Yeah, that is really superb from Daniel. And now has a chance to have a real look at the jack as well.
Yeah, and this is the point where he needs to take advantage. He's got to get the angle spot on here and make Yunyup Kim work for this, because at the moment it's all going his way.
You just saw there, Dan just almost took a couple more seconds just to calm himself and just think through his options. Yeah.
Oh, great shot.
Really nicely played from Daniel Michel.
Exactly what he needed there.
Just blocking off. Not only is it touching the jack, but it's also blocking off a bit of the angle for
Yep,
Kim as well.
it's exactly what he aimed for. Putting the pressure on Yunyup Kim, who's a player that I think my earliest memory of him would be the World Championships in Beijing in 2014. But as with Korea, they have such a standard of player. It's difficult to get in the team, so he's been in and out of the side because they have other great players like Kim Han-soo, who isn't in the squad this time but has been a regular medal winner for them over the years.
And you'll be slightly happy with that shot, but not perfect. Still is to play. Yeah, we've seen a lot of South Koreans in this tournament, and a lot of them coming up against each other actually in the knockout stages.
Yeah, particularly in BC3, they've been the dominant side for as long as I can remember. And yeah, they regularly get to the later rounds unless they meet each other normally. That's when they would be eliminated. He was able to open that ball of Daniels with relative ease, and that'll be demoralising for Daniel because he couldn't really done too much better with that ball.
Looks like he's just going to try and nestle him in
And
between.
we have the first mistake from Yunyup Kim trying to get into the jack there. He caught the short blue, only slightly, but enough to divert it from the target, and that uses up a ball. How will he respond to that setback?
Every measurement counts, and he was so close to getting it bang on as well.
Yep. He's a player who hasn't come into this tournament with much competitive experience this year, at least in terms of the international events. But he had a good year last year, finishing third at the Asia and Oceania Regionals and third in the Bangkok World Open. Took on Korea and Canada earlier in the year, but it was two other Korean players that made the squad for that event. So obviously he'll be doing a lot of training and a lot of competing at home, I'm sure, and he looks in top form from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm sure this will help him in the qualification and positions for the Paralympics for the South Korean squad, getting to the third versus fourth playoff, and of course nearly having a chance to get to the final as well.
And it's okay, but this is a period of difficulty for Yunyup Kim here. That could have been cut more towards the middle of the jack, and obviously he's now played 5 balls without really getting a hold of the jack, and this gives Dan some optimism. Definitely. You'll be trying to just, if you can see in there, which I think you can, get in between the jack and the blue that's closest, sit in there. And obviously with Kim only having 1 ball left, we'll struggle to be able to open things and get back in. So Daniel is now looking like favourite for this end to meet. His assistant Ashley pops the mouth pointer into his mouth, sets the ball up.
Yeah, that's really well played. It's what he was trying to go for, wasn't it? Just to clear that blue away.
Yeah, so my guess will be that he couldn't quite see enough of the jack to sit there, and that meant he decided he needed to move it.
Although it has slightly nudged
So
away.
he's put the pressure back on Kim, but the only issue is he gives him a 3 shot at the jack, which is why I think if he could have seen in to place his ball on the jack, he would have done that, because this is the risk with this tactic. So this is a critical ball for Kim, and this ball will decide the end.
Let's see what Kim can do. Final ball of the second end.
He's had a ropey few shots by his standards. It's all relative, of course.
After such a confident first end as
Yeah.
well. Very surprising.
Can he get over that?
Yeah. Still a chance for Daniel, but he has nudged it back.
Yeah, he elected to move the jack. You see, that was quite a hard ball, so maybe felt that because of that he couldn't go for the jack to stay on it. That might also be a reason why Daniel went for the power shot, because he might have known that Yoon Yup Kim only had a hard ball left. And those are the things that are always considered by the players, but it's hard for us to tell up here, obviously, what balls are left. So again, that might have been the reason. And now Dan obviously has 3 balls left to try and work the advantage. If you can see either the blue to the left as we look at it of the jack, or the gap in between, he'll try and play his red into that, I think. But by the looks of it, he's gone for a power shot actually. So probably the idea here will be move the closest blue away first to give yourself a bigger scoring zone.
Especially with 3 balls remaining, he's got time to do that as well.
Yep, taking the blue out.
That's
Great
clever
shot.
play. Really clever play from Daniel Michel. And now has 2 more shots to try and get close to that jack.
So he could have rolled up to that blue, which would have secured the point initially, which is one tactic, or the tactic they employed there was to just take that out and then give yourself a bigger chance with the next couple of balls, which is, now we see it played out, definitely the right call.
Important 2 shots here for Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely crucial here. If he gets these 2 balls in, we're looking at a right close match.
Another classic potentially happening on show court.
And what a fantastic crowd we've got today.
Yeah, superb atmosphere.
Oh, good shot from Dan there.
Really nicely played from Daniel, and you can hear the applause straight away from the crowd, like you mentioned, Scott. Just having another look. Yes. He used Kim's ball.
I think that's 2.
Yeah, it's looking like 2, and if he could sneak a 3rd, he'd be delighted with that.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like there was enough room for him just to play the 2 balls at, slow pace, just into the gap. It didn't seem like there was any need to play that shot, but he did execute it well. And now, with the last ball, he'll drop it into the scoring zone, you would assume.
And what a turnaround this could be for Daniel Michel. He looked a bit rattled in the first end, but he's calmed himself down, composed himself, and could potentially turn the tie in his favour. Oh, that is brilliant.
Great shot. And that will be at least 2, maybe 3. Hard to tell.
Well, he's definitely secured 2, but could he have potentially have turned the match around in his favour?
And the difference between 2 and 3 can be so big at this stage. It's a game of close margins. So the referee, obviously, first of all, establishes how far away the closest blue is, and then obviously if the measuring device didn't pass through the space between jack and red, they would be obviously closer. So you can see there's a large gap there. Well, large enough
Just enough.
in terms of the referee's perspective,
Yeah, just enough.
because that was quite clear.
So it's...
The players are happy. We move back now.
Yeah, they've had the discussions with the referee, and
And the referee will wait for the players to return before displaying the score. And it's obviously just the two,
just the two
as we
for
said.
Daniel. But back in this match, and on an important end for Daniel Michel.
Yeah, and I just think back to that shot and just wonder if he would have been better off just playing the layup shot to the side of the jack with both of those balls, rather than trying to move that blue. But obviously that one was a hard ball, I think, so maybe figured he'd be better off than trying to control that one at such a short distance. But he's got it back to all square at least.
And as we look ahead in the BC3, and we look ahead to what will be a fantastic final, Scott. Polychronides against Jong. It's going to be some final in the BC3 category.
Yeah, and Ho Won Young's had no real close games yet. Grigorius Polychronides had a narrow victory over Legostav of Russia. So that might be a sign that Ho Won Young will be the favourite. Or what you could say is that maybe the fact that he's been run close will serve him in good stead for the final. It's going to be hard to say who will win that one.
And we've had the pleasure of watching Polychronides on the show court a couple of times over the championship, and he's impressed every time we've seen him.
Yeah, I did the commentary for both of those games, and yeah, he was in top form, as he has been all year.
And like we've mentioned, a showdown of the final in the 2016 Paralympics. So they've got history.
Certainly have.
And just a shorter approach.
Yeah, Dan going for the same jack position as the first end.
3 metres for Daniel Michel. An important one this for Daniel, especially now getting back into the game as well.
Yeah, I think he played well in both ends, but I would say the second end, Yun Yup Kim just went off the pace a little bit, and it'll be interesting how he responds. Now he's gave up the lead that he secured on Dan's jack.
And we've seen how important momentum is in the games we've seen over the championship.
And there's nothing more frustrating in boccia than when you take your opponent's end and then you give yours away to tie it up, because you always think it's harder to win obviously your opponent's jack, but like a victory against the darts, or a break in tennis. Same idea.
And we can see his first layup shot with the harder ball as well, it looks like, for Daniel. So
yeah, that's the maroon coloured ball that he used, and the other two ends first. But yeah, no, I think that one is quite soft. Most players would tend to go with their softest ball, or if not the softest, one of their softest balls, and just to make it hard for the opening power shot. But the fact that that's not against the jack will make it a bit easier to be moved.
and you can see Kim has gone for maximum power here. Just trying to clear Daniel's ball.
You see, able to split that quite easily and get in again.
Yeah, the power of Kim really working in his favour.
Yeah, nice replay that one. Just showing the reactions. Using the jack, hitting it into the jack with power so that it bounces to the side. Yup Kim looking very composed, not showing any signs of frustration from the last end.
That first shot will have helped him. Just settle the nerves a bit.
Oh yes, that is a corker.
It really is fantastic to watch from Yup Kim. Just feels so effortless from Kim there.
Yeah.
Just guided it towards the jack. How can Daniel respond?
So Dan moving back in his box to get that better angle. Either he'll try and separate the blues, or if you can see a little of the jack, he might elect to try and cut it behind the red that he played first, like he did in end one. But obviously it was a whole lot easier in end one. You could see a whole lot more of the jack. Not sure what one it'll be till he's played it. It's hard to tell. So both similar line. Went for the blue.
To smash into the blue. And it has opened the jack up slightly for him as well. I'm hearing some.
Yeah, that's the unmistakable singing of the Slovakian team, I think.
There's been some really good atmospheres over the course of the championships, but as this is semi-final and final day, you just feel the atmosphere has been cranked up a notch. And the beauty of where it's been held this year in the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool is you can see all the courts going on and hear different cheers and reactions from all 12 courts.
Yeah, and when you're on that court, got to be able to shut all that out, pretend it's not really there, focus on your game. And Dan just tried to get that to the jack, but you see it's caught the blue.
Yeah, slightly catching it, the ball of Kim's, and it's one that potentially Kim could clear out.
Yeah, crucially though, it's not closer than the blue, which allows Dan to then promote it now. It may be that he went for that deliberately, to just try and make sure he wasn't closer and get it in a better position than if he went to the side of the jack with his approach shot. Sometimes players elect to do that. But if you do go for that option, you have to nail it with this one, because you're using an extra ball. And he pretty much has, assuming it's touching.
So
Yeah, well, it's at least closer than the blue, which is the main thing.
nicely done from Daniel Michel, but of course Kim has 4 balls remaining.
But the beauty of that play is you now have 2 red balls in the way. It's not, I don't think it's quite touching.
No, it didn't look it on the replay.
So it'll be interesting to see the choice of shot from Yup Kim here.
Critical stage of the match as well, with only 1 end remaining.
Yeah, we're getting to the tense business end of the match. And he just tried to clip the red to get a bit more separation.
Only a slight tickle on the red ball of Daniel Michel.
He might try now and play the plant of the dark red onto his blue to promote it to the jack. that looks like that'll be on from there, but again, only a suggestion because we can't truly appreciate the line that the players have from their boxes.
Now you could have a totally different look to what we have. We've been saying it throughout the championships that the players often see a different line to what we see here on the TV screens.
You see the ramp is just off the ground, and that is the rule that the devices must be hovering above the ground if they're in the opponent's box, but they can't overhang the front line at all. And that hasn't worked out too well.
No, it's not touching the jack.
It's pushed that red into the other one. They've jammed, and the blue's now been moved to the side of the jack, so that blue can't really be used now.
Yeah, not the desired effect for Junyup Kim.
This is interesting now.
Oh, that is so close. But it is going to be Kim to place another shot.
Very tense. It's starting to get really quiet down there.
It is, yeah, you can almost feel a pin drop.
Yeah, the noise has died down and people are getting anxious.
Oh,
That's a great shot.
really nicely played from Junyup Kim, who's managed to break the red ball of Daniel Michel away from the jack, and that's what he was looking for originally.
Yeah, he's just used the red to work the jack round. And he was in a bit of a hole there, so that was actually a good response. But it does look like Dan will be able to just promote his red back in between jack and blue.
Yeah, you can get the feeling he's looking like to do that initially with the shorter ramp.
But it was hard to see another short choice from Junyup Kim at that point. Other than that, and if anything, at least it uses a ball of Dan's. Of course, you can't win the game in this end, but you could certainly lose it, and that'll be in Junyup Kim's thoughts. It's still going to be his jack to finish, so even if Dan was to pick up a solitary point in this end, it wouldn't be the end of the world. And he's achieved the shot, I think.
Yeah, it's not quite touching, I don't think.
No, but closer than the blue we feel.
It is, yeah. I think
See the replay here. Yeah, he's just hit it a little too hard, and that's resulted in the bounce back. But it's done enough.
It must be it's so hard for these BC3 players just to judge the pace off the ramps. Each player has a different ramp though. They have obviously customised it.
Yeah, and each ball goes at different speeds, so when they react differently, so you got to be able to have all that knowledge in your head. And this is going to be a slower shot here from Junyup Kim.
We actually talked on the opening day about how the courts might even change throughout the days of the championship as well, so that's another factor.
Yeah, the temperature makes a big difference, but also as they get played on, sometimes it can affect it.
So, the officials sweeping the floors of the courts for the start of this match.
And that's just a defensive shot. As we said, he might be thinking, I'm quite happy with one. I can't really win this end from where I am. And that was right, and there was just no way that could be done, I didn't think.
And we often seen in these games here at the championship that it's the defensive shots that are more important than the attacking shots, defending what you've got.
Yeah, sometimes that's the case. Just depends the situation. But you've got to be able to do both at the top level, and being able to recognise when the chance to win the end's gone and how well you can limit the damage as such.
So the final ball of this third end, it's for Daniel Michel.
And he's right down the ramp here with the pointer. So I think this is a hard ball that he's trying to slow down. And the idea will be to try and come off the red to the right, I think. But that's a little bit risky if he was to push the jack across. But at that pace, he's not going to do that. Oh, and that was not far away at all.
That was nearly absolutely perfect from Daniel Michel. That was the most delicate shots I've seen in the BC3s on the show court so far.
Yeah, that was the right call. You could see the way he lifted his head back, how close he knew that was to being in there. And it's so hard to get the line right with those balls because they're so hard. They follow every deviation on the floor. And it will be a slender one-shot advantage.
1 point lead going into the final end of this fourth playoff. It's the bronze medal match.
Oh, this is tense now.
You can just feel it, can't you? And let's have a look at the BC2's final that we played later on today. And we've seen Sengampa in action, and he looked really impressive. So this should be another cracking match against Jan coming up later today. It will be the third match of the finals.
The semi-final between Robert Messick and Ziquang Yan was very high scoring. We don't see a score of 9-6 very often.
It should be a belter of a game, and that'll be coming up for you on the third final this afternoon.
Now we get into the big moments. One mistake here could be the difference between a world championship medal and absolutely nothing. Nobody wants to finish fourth in an event. It's the worst place to be from a player perspective when you're in that moment. You've come so far, and in the end you've got nothing to show for it in terms of a medal.
Especially when they're in a semi-final position only a game ago, being involved in a final. And now Kim finds himself 3-2 down, but he's got the jack in hand. And places it a shorter distance, like we've seen a lot of the South Koreans do at this championship. Just see the focus in their eyes of both players. Steely eyes, they are desperate for this bronze medal. Never come all this way to finish fourth, and that's a nice looking start for Jun-Yuk Kim, but still an option for Daniel Michel to have a good look at the jack, just to the left side.
You see Dan Michel reversing in here. He's going to be almost playing this backwards to allow him to release it.
Well, we haven't seen this yet so far in the show court, the BC3s, and what a time to do it. And a bronze medal match.
Yeah, you don't see it too often. Takahashi of Japan's another player. In fact, he is backwards completely when he does it. And that's a great shot.
Lovely looking shot from Daniel Michel. He's got a better look at the jack now, and he has the next shot as well.
And the worst thing about that must be not being able to see the outcome until you turn around.
So with big risks comes big reward for Daniel Michel there.
Yeah, and he's got the blue there as a target as well. So this should be a good opportunity for him. I wonder how those Australia supporters are feeling down there.
Yeah, you can just see him gathered around the court on this left-hand side of the showroom court. All eyes on Daniel Michel. What can he do here?
Yep, got it.
You hear the cries and you hear the cheers, and that is because it is a lovely looking shot from Daniel Michel.
And you see the blue just holds it in place, and that's deliberate to use that ball as a stopper. Makes the shot easier.
How can Kim reply?
Now this may be the most wonderful piece of lining up you'll see in the game. Look at this.
That is incredible from Kim. Looking straight down the ramp.
Now maybe Ho Won Young of Korea also might be the only other player that can contort themselves in such a nature is to be able to line that up. He's not even looking upright. He's side on, one eye. Absolutely amazing. And you see the difference that angle can have. I wouldn't even be able to get anywhere close to that angle. And there's very few players, as I said, that will be able to do it either. You can see the ramp is basically hovering above Daniel's head.
Yeah,
It's so deep in the box.
you can see Daniel just looking up. And Kim just a quick glance at him actually.
Yeah, what a remarkable
This is incredible.
achievement that is to be able to do that. But it hasn't paid off.
And after all that for Kim, it looked impressive.
Yeah, I built it up there and it hasn't worked.
Well, it would still look very impressive to generate that angle to give himself at least a chance. But it's wide of the mark for Kim.
I did say it was remarkable, and that's why it's obviously incredibly difficult to get the line right on it, doing that sort of manoeuvre. But he obviously feels it's needs must. He obviously feels it's the only shot he has, and he has to try again.
Wow, what drama here on show court. He's going to go again, and you just see the angle he's creating for himself to look down the ramp and head for the jack.
Will he pull it off this time? He's learned from the first one, hopefully, for him, and his Korean supporters.
And he goes again. What can you do this time?
Pointer gets extended.
All eyes on show court. Oh,
Gets it.
superb from
Absolutely
Kim.
fantastic.
That was a fantastic piece of Boccia.
Oh,
Just
wow.
look at that. Really well played from Junyup Kim.
And he'll be able to see the tiniest bit of that jack to make that shot.
The precision, the skill, and the pace all lined up perfect.
Yeah, that is one of the finest examples of BC3 Boccia there.
For me, that is up there, one of the shots of the championship I've seen on show court. Fantastically well played. Now, we've paid a lot of attention to Kim. What can Daniel Michel do?
And you think of some of those great sporting moments in recent years, and after that, players of the sport rush out to try and replicate it. I wonder how many BC3s will be trying that shot and lining up that way
Oh, but he's just
at
nudged
home.
his own ball closer to the jack, and you can see the reaction from the Australian supporters, and it's just ebbing and flowing. It's just fantastic play from both sets of players.
Yeah, that was difficult because he couldn't quite hit the middle of the jack, and he's just hit it a little bit hard and it's bounced to the side, which will allow Yunyup Kim to move it quite easily. So it's made him play, but that's about all, unfortunately, for Daniel Michel. And he's now back to, well, almost conventional lining up. Getting his eyes right down on the shoot to line up the end of it with the jack ball, or the target. He gets so low.
He really focuses down that ramp to get the angle just right.
Looks like he's trying to squeeze it in between jack and red, like that.
Another superb shot from Kim, just nudging Daniel Michel's ball away, just playing through that gap and getting close to the jack.
I'm not entirely sure that was the best option there, in my opinion, because I feel that may have allowed Daniel to get at this jack. It was always going to be difficult to hold the blue on the jack and keep the angle, and it's just went a little bit left as we look at it from where you ideally want it. But maybe that red is hampering Daniel more than we think.
Only he can tell from his view whether that red is really blocking his view and a sight at the bronze medal.
Mouth pointer in again. Carefully the ball is placed so as not to affect it.
And a couple of goes of that to push it down the ramp, and he's slotted it through the gap.
Good line. Just a little bit pacey, it's just bounced slightly, but it's done the desired outcome.
See how close it really is, and it is closer. But yeah, I agree with you, Scott. Maybe just a bit too much pace on that, maybe a bit too excited.
That's easily done at this stage.
Well, 4 balls remaining in this third versus fourth playoff. The bronze medal awaits.
Can't call it.
It's so tight, it is so tense down in Showcourt, so many eyes around the court. And we've talked about it throughout this championship, how close the spectators are. They just swarm around the court. Really.
And yeah, this is an example of why it was decided to schedule the matches like this, so that all eyes could be on one game. And hopefully that will happen in the finals. This is a preview of that. But that shot there has changed the lie of the land somewhat. The red is now behind the jack, and it's closer. So it's Yunyup Kim to play.
Both have 2 remaining. Oh, apologies, 1 remaining for Kim.
Very tense.
Oh, this is, he can cut the atmosphere with a knife down on Showcourt. This is superb stuff as we enter the 4th day of the World Boccia Championships here in Liverpool.
Looking a little bit under pressure now. Quick release. He's moved the red, so it'll be blue closer now, but it's not secured the jack all that well. Dan has a chance.
What a chance this could be for a potential bronze medal. Could we be going to a tie-break?
And I can't help but feel Yunyup Kim placed that mouth pointer down with a air of resignation about what could happen here.
Here we go for Daniel Michel. A bronze medal on the horizon.
Oh, good shot.
That is absolutely fantastic from Daniel Michel. And look at that reaction from the Aussie crowd.
Yeah, his teammates love that. Moving the jack ball back to hold potentially 3 now.
And he's done it. He's handed in his final ball, and Daniel Michel has claimed the bronze medal. You can hear the cheers from around the show court. What a match.
What a
Such
finish.
drama.
And as I said, Yoon Yup Kim did look like a man who knew his chance had gone,
Well,
and that was a great shot. Ultimately, how many he scored here, he won't care 1 iota whether it's 3 or not. He's done the job, won the game. Ashley with a fist pump, embraces our man on the court.
what a team they are, and Daniel will be delighted after the heartbreak of not making it to the final. He's claimed the bronze medal.
Yeah, they're a great team, deserve all the success, but Yoon Yup Kim's played his part in a truly memorable bronze medal match.
Well, the score doesn't really show how close that game was, but what a match here on show court. All eyes are on it. The bronze medal goes to Daniel Michel, and we've still got 4 incredible finals. 4 world champions will be crowned over the afternoon, and it all starts with one of our own, David Smith against Kai Sun, and that'll be coming up at 12:45. We hope to see you there. I'm sure you will be. It's set to be a cracker.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played 1 ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? Two sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
Welcome back to the exhibition centre in Liverpool. It's the first of 4 finals this afternoon, and what a start to the finals we have. It's the BC1 category, and it's David Smith versus Kai Sun. David Smith, well known in the BC1 category, of course, number 1 in the BC1's gold in Rio and silver in London in the Paralympics, and is the defending champion. Kai Sun, he's had a fantastic tournament and 2 out of his 3 games in the pool, and even beat Perez in the semi-final. Daniel Perez of Holland, who is ranked number 2 in the BC1 category. What a final it is shaped up to be. Can David Smith defend his championship? I've got a slight feeling in me this is going to be a fantastic final, Pete.
Yeah, I hope so. I've seen a lot of chops and changes here with certain games, and it's been enthralling, and I hope for it to finish that in this category.
Well, all eyes are on show court for this one. All 4 finals will be on the show court, and there is a fantastic crowd around the show court and in the stands.
Yeah, usually we get a chance to actually see some of the game from the side up here, but we can't actually see the court at all from all the bodies in front of us.
That just shows the level of attraction that David Smith has in the BC1 category, and of course this being the final as well. Just going through a few warm-ups before the game begins, but just looking at Smith's progress through to the final. He beat Hoodprat in the semi-finals, and it's a very tight game, 5-4 as well.
Very, very tight. Yeah, the comfortable couple of points the third end, taking into the final end, but it was squeaky bum times to call it in the final end there, where you're just sitting waiting the outcome of the other player finishing the balls.
And the lights have been dimmed, and it's the bright light of the show court that is beaming out. And if you look at Kai Sun, he amazingly beat Daniel Perez in the semi-final 6-0 as well. Didn't just get to the final.
He ground him down. He did,
really
point after point, after end after end. And Perez as well won silver, he said, in Rio. So that's another big name that's been taken out of competition in these stages. Just shows you what can happen.
Well, we are in store for a classic in the BC1 category. Can Kai Sun upset the world #1? It would be some upset if he could.
Don't think the home crowd want an upset, but want an enthralling game, so we'll see what happens.
Trying to get the best of both, let's hope so. It should be, whatever happens, a very exciting matchup and a pleasure to be here as well. And I'm sure my viewers at home will be eagerly anticipating this final. The only GB athlete to reach one of the individual finals this year. All eyes on David Smith here in Liverpool, the exhibition centre on home turf.
Formalities out of the way.
How are your nerves going into a final, Peter? You've played a lot of games, obviously, in a short amount of time, but the adrenaline must be immense when it gets to the final.
And the heart really starts racing here, because you're thinking, just one more, you know, and it's mine. And it's just learning to control that. He's been there at the top for that so long. He should be able to control that. But this new kid in the block, as you say, can he actually keep him down? That's always a struggle for any athlete at the top.
And he's gone for his routine short play, 3.5 metres for David Smith. That's pretty routine for Smithy.
Yeah. Keep something that works.
It's always the first few balls that gets the heart racing, like Peter said, and the tension's flowing. And
he's not happy with that.
Not the greatest of starts, really, for David Smith. Gives Kai Sun a good look at the jack.
So possibly these finals might be best to go blue, because it's on edge so much. You're thinking, I must nail this, I must nail this. Whereas kind of blue's saying, just let's see what we can do. You're more relaxed, taking the second shot here. That's my feeling of things. Good line, just not at the pace there.
Yeah, he was on target for the jack, but it's pace lacking. And we'll see a lot of reactions from Kai Sun. I think we've heard his roar and his cheers from our outcourt throughout his progress to the final. And you can see Kai Sun going deep into his box.
Wonder if that first ball caused him difficulties later on. Oh. Just missed that jack. Closest.
Slightly missing, but it does mean that David Smith will throw again. You can just feel the tension in the room and all eyes are glued. No one's looking anywhere else.
Some parts of the crowd just want to throw that ball themselves to support the person they're cheering for.
Of course, a large contingency for David Smith. That's really nicely played from David Smith.
Yeah. All cheating squad there.
That'll calm him down a bit.
Yeah. Settle the nerves.
What can Kai Sun do now?
Connection.
Very nice connection. Just nudges it.
It's not far enough.
Right. But leaves a gap now of that red ball of Smith. And then the jack.
Want to have a look. See how far it is.
Our first look for Kai Sun from China. '14th ranked in the BC1 category.
The points accumulated here will really help him on his way to the Paralympics in a couple of years' time.
Of course, back in Asia as well, in Tokyo.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd love to be a part of it.
Coming off. I see that now.
Just saw that gap and he's
You can build into that.
built a nice foundation, I agree. For Sun.
It's that short balls causing a bit of problems now. Haven't come round it.
Oh, he's not happy with that as it hit one of the ball on the outer side of the jack.
Taking those shots, you have to, in your own reality, in your mind, that ball doesn't exist no more. You know, so you don't see it at all. Just focus on what you have to get beyond that point. It's very hard to do.
I can imagine, especially when the pressure is ranked up as much as this in the final against the number one in the BC3 category, David Smith. Which really is a fantastic opportunity for Kai Sun.
Over.
Not what he wanted, and he's used up all his balls, so maybe a chance for David Smith to build 1 or 2 points going into the second end, and it would be a dream start for David Smith.
Where that final ball's finished there, it's kind of helped David here in building up upside.
Oh, it's took an unfavourable bounce. That's what the softball does. And at the moment it remains at 1 point. But 3 balls still remaining.
You should aim for the blue instead of the red. There's always a chance of that happening, but you hit the blue. There's not that barrier behind it, so it would have moved further and it would reduce the speed and power. Come back from the wall. Maybe a measure 50, but It's in there.
That's nice and spiffy, and there's the GB contingency, you see. Louis Saunders on the second from the right. He was up in the commentary box yesterday.
Give me a run for my money.
He was commentating on Smith's quarter-final yesterday, and it was an epic match.
I was shouting at the screen myself from the other side.
It was, the heat rose up in the commentary box in that quarter-final. You just see the concentration and the steely-eyed look from Smith. He's been in this position so many times. He is a well-known figure in the world of boccia. Look at that, he screams, come on! That is
Two possible runs, not the back.
another look.
Two.
Looks like it will be two, although it does look close for the second. He's got one. He might need the measure up, see whether he can get the second, but he still has one ball remaining as well.
Hit and set with this one. Just hit it on.
Just see the glow from our position here in the commentary box of the show court. All eyes on David Smith. Can he take a 2-0 advantage into the second end? Yeah, too much power.
This angle,
bounce.
two.
It does look like two, but short. Our referee Maria Bastos will have another look.
It's proved tricky with the angle of the overhead camera before. I'm getting it exactly right.
It's going to be a good start for David Smith, a 2-0 lead. Now that is the start that David would have wanted.
Yeah. That was shaky, first ball, but that point's there.
Defiant roar from the Chinese contingency.
Kai had an opportunity. It was just that short ball that gave him difficulties getting in behind that jack.
Just looking ahead as well, we've got a mouth-watering prospect coming up next. Polykronidis against John in the BC3 final. And what a final it will be. A repeat of the Rio Paralympic final.
Two guys at the top of the game, that will be really good.
I'm sure worth sticking around for that one. But at the moment, all eyes are on the BC1 final and a cracking start for David Smith. That will have settled the nerves.
Yeah. See how he responds now, Kai. I've not seen his tactics in this tournament yet, but we'll see how he copes.
Well, he wasn't under pressure as of such in the semi-finals, a 6-0 win, so he's got to come from behind. But he does have the jack.
Right in front.
2 metres for Kai Sun, so a short distance, but it is, like you said, Peter, directly in front of him.
Yeah. I've used this tactic before with big hitters. You know, those with a lot of strength. So it can work.
Nice start for Kai Sun. And the reaction tells it all, but there is potentially a slight angle for David Smith.
Yeah, target is a lot larger. You can hit that.
Nice. Nice from David Smith. You can see him almost just winding it up for the power.
Kai had the right kind of thing he's trying to do. It's just the angle. It's just a little off. If it was a much tighter angle, Smithy, been harder for him to do it in one shot.
That's the quality of David Smith showing out, just clearing the jack away.
That's the hard part now, following up, getting back on that jack. Power to soft.
Just look at that reaction from David Smith, and why not? Because that is a nice looking shot.
Yeah. Good angle against his opponent as well. Especially when right-handed. Oh, just clipped it.
Only a slight glance for Kai Sun, so he's almost made it even harder for himself now.
Yeah, he had to go for the side of the ball. He couldn't hit it square on, so he just pushed it right onto the jack, which has happened here, but it's always a chance to happen. Just clip it.
It's an important few balls now for Kai Sun, otherwise there could be a potential opening for Smith. Oh, and he's missed that one as well,
Yeah.
so you can see the reaction in his face as well. He's not happy with that. David Smith not even having a glance.
Now, although he's 2-0 down here, he has to think long term. There's another couple of ends to go. Does he really want to be aggressive and just go for that point right now, or just kind of go defensive and wait for the errors to come from the other side? Yeah,
He's
he's going defensive.
gone shorter this time, and understandably why. Still short of the jack though. No, that's not done it either for Kai Sun. So one ball remaining, and David Smith still has 4.
And this ball right now is kind of helping him. The one on the right hand side of the screen. I mean, David can either push that gently, creating a bit bigger area to get in, or just knock it right away.
Big throw this for Kai.
That was good protection, yeah.
Really nice play actually, yeah. Just protecting the jack. And that opening you just mentioned, Peter, is now diminished.
Yeah. But David's got 4 balls. He can do something with that.
It's all on David Smith now on this second end. 4 balls remaining.
It's a wound up.
Looking to clear. Yeah, look at that. Nicely
Go on.
played.
You should just take away this one now. The end.
Let's have a look. Is David Smith. pretty sure he'll like what he sees.
I think you can see most of that ball at the back from the being left-handed there.
Kai-Sun watching on anxiously. Oh, that is just superb.
Don't see that gap myself. See that replay.
Yeah, that is brilliant. And the great players see those angles, and David Smith is a great player, and he's playing on the top of his game.
It's asked by measure, so who's closest now? Must have plenty of time. He's got it.
Good job, David.
And hear the cries of good job. And it certainly is a great start for David Smith in the BISFed 2018 Boccia World Championships BC1 final. Here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool on home turf. He'll want to really entertain his home crowd.
If he gets 2 more points here, I wonder how Kyle will respond. We have to go aggressive every shot. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Looks just about okay. I'm sure there'll be a measurement. Ball remaining for David Smith in this second end. Nice from David Smith. He'll be happy with that. 2 in the bag. Could it be 3? Three red it is. Wow. Well, what a start for David Smith. He's raced into a 5-0 lead. And quite right, Pete. It'll be really intriguing to see how Sun replies now.
Frustration setting in, see on his face. Talking to his assistant there.
Beat the world number 2. And now we look ahead to the BC2 final, which will take place at 3:30. And it's going to be another fantastic final. We've already seen Sangampa in action, and he looked very convincing against Sugimura. And now he plays Shikran Yang in the final in what promises to be another really good spectacle on the show court. Back-to-back brilliant finals.
The Asian countries are really going strong here in the finals right now individually. Formidable opponents.
David Smith will place the jack, knowing that he's got a 5-0 lead. Well, it would be some final if David Smith could wrap it up with an end to spare.
What the crowd want to see now is Kai really pushing David here. Gives a good end to the final.
3 metres for David Smith. Oh, when he's playing this well, Peter, it's almost just too hard for Kai-Sun.
It's hard to break into a game points like that.
Especially when you're running out of time.
Timing balls, yeah. connection. Just didn't shift it far enough, I don't think.
Yeah, he gave us a reaction, but it did break away the jack from Smith's ball, but it's...
Maybe the back of the box, you'd see it. Yeah, he's lined up with it. As long as you can see enough of it. You don't want to come up the left-hand side of the ball. It's just leaving it wide open for David to get back in with another one. Make it more harder for you next time to smash it up. Oh. Just try and hit that ball up now.
Moving to the front of his box now,
That's the
Kai-sun.
wrong choice. The angle's different. From up here, you're actually pushing the ball away from the jack. Where from the back of the box, you're pushing it onto the jack. So I don't think this is right. Maybe put some spin in it. It's not what I would do. Yeah, it's away from it. Have to go to the back of the box again. See him over the white ball.
Yeah, there's a slight glimmer of the jack potentially for Kai-sun, but he's ignoring your advice, Peter.
Tunnel vision, you get that, really. You're there, you do.
And he's sticking at the front of the box. Yeah, that's a really nicely played from Kai-sun. He built it up after using his first 3 balls, and he's protected the jack.
David's got the power to really open this up.
Of course, critically, that red ball of David Smith as well is out there, and he will be looking to break this apart. And you'll hear him ask for a certain number, of course, each ball.
Yeah.
Different style, different effects.
Beautiful shot.
Stuck to it, but the chance to push that red on now.
Yeah, nicely played from David Smith. He's got a good angle now to push that red ball closer to the jack. 2 points required.
Seen a lot of the referees here in the show court with red nail polish. I wonder if it's an indication of where it's going to win.
The mystic referees predicting the finals.
Yeah.
Maria Bastos, the referee for this BC1 final. Oh. Just a smile and a joke from David Smith. He was initially a bit worried, but he's...
That's helped him, that ball falling back there.
That's really played into his hands very nicely.
One for a small gap between the 2 reds though. Have to see it again. Will I hit it hard or will I just roll in there? It's smaller now.
Yeah, he's closing the gap in on himself. There's only 1 ball remaining for Sun as well to aim for, and he really needs this. Well, it's time slipping away.
All wrong side.
Yeah, and that's not very well played from Kai-sun, and he's now looking at a silver medal.
Yeah.
On a little eye roll from David Smith. He's really enjoying his time out on court. on the final.
He's singing to himself there. 7 points. The opponent's only 6 balls. You need to make a few errors yourself to give those penalty balls away. You shouldn't do that. 1 end to go in the final.
Just keep yourself calm, be professional, get the job done.
Yeah.
But what a chance this is for David Smith to potentially secure the World Championship with an end to go.
It's connected with the wrong ball, I think.
Yeah, from initial look.
Yeah, it's still 1 red.
She's going to have another look.
Check the time. Yeah, it's just 1 red.
He'll really want to go for that second red if he can. There is an option. Could he potentially, if he can get through that gap, to nudge that red ball closer to the jack?
In between the loose blue and the red, you know, then that blue will disappear out the head if you hit it and push on the red at the same time. Like ping, ping. Pinball wizard. You got it? He connected with it.
He did connect with it, but it doesn't
No.
look like it's moved. So still only 1 for David Smith at the
Let's see
moment.
again. It's just the bat again, indicating who's to go. See from the shadows.
Measurements coming out again from Maria Bastos.
If those balls didn't move, there's glue involved. They connected with it.
So the final ball for David Smith in the 3rd end, with a gold medal in sight. But can he secure it with an end to go? Oh, he's happy with it. From the initial angle, looked like he nudged, and he has got it. And you hear the appreciation from the crowd. David Smith is now, without doing anything silly in the final end, is the BC1 World Champion. And look at the reaction from David Smith.
Still an end to go. Just maybe showboat here. Or I don't know what he'll do.
This could be entertaining stuff from David Smith in the end. He's wrapped up the championship, barring anything stupid. He has got the World Championship. And
Just on the ballot now.
just looking ahead to our 4th and final of the
BC4s.
afternoon. The BC4s. Grisellas against Yang. It should be another mouth-watering contest. And if you've enjoyed seeing David Smith in the first final, you are going to enjoy the BC4 final.
The powerhouse. Zhang and Gonzalez. Really strong in all areas. Be a great match.
It should be all fascinating finals, so do stick with us for the rest of the afternoon. Referee just talking to Sun. And it will be Sun to place the jack, even though he knows that he will be only receiving the silver medal. Still an end to go, still remain professional for David Smith, and he opts to go longer this time.
It's 6.5 meters.
7 metres for Sun. Very close, Peter.
Yeah. Oh, to the side. He rushed that ball.
He did. You can see the composure and the confidence has gone a little bit.
Maybe he just wants off that corner. He knows the opportunity to win it. It's gone.
David Smith. It'll be interesting to see how he plays this final end. I'm sure he'll want to go out with a bang and really entertain his home crowd.
He's going for that cross.
Oh, he's gone for the cross.
Wait. What are you doing?
David Smith with the championship already won. He's just toying with the with Kai Sun. He looks very confident, doesn't he, David Smith? The smile on his face, he can't hide the smile.
Turn off the lights, you'll still see the smile.
Well, he's gone for the jack this time, and it's whistled past. But he's
he
still
has
smiling.
to think about the games here still. He's not thinking about the game now.
You've got to remain professional, and I'm sure you'll want to add one or two more points to the tally. Well, he's now playing a bit better now in this end, and he's hammering towards the jack. But David Smith, what a tournament, what a championship he has had. He's really given us some thrills and spills throughout the tournament. He was so close to nearly exiting at the quarter-final stage. Went to a tie-break. And the semis as well, of course, yeah. 5-4 victory. So he hasn't done it the easy way.
Those are the sweeter wins, I think. Can do that. Yeah, good response.
That's a nice shot from Kai Sun, who has equally had a fantastic tournament as well, and it'd be, I'm sure he'll really love to get a point on the board in the final.
Yeah. Knocking out some big hitters in the bay as well.
None more so than Daniel Perez as well in the semis. Another replay. Really nice throw. Good line and pace from Kai Sun. Oh, that's lovely from David Smith as well, but not close enough. It's coming to have a look, David Smith. He's maybe had a change of thought. He'd like to add a few more points to that
He's
tally.
just enjoying the moment. That's what he's doing.
And why not as well, after a fantastic 3 ends. You can play with calmness going into these final 2 remaining balls.
It's the wrong side there.
Wrong side for Smith, but you can just tell that he's got no worries.
No, you can't get 6, 7 out of that now.
Smile on his face as he's throwing his final delivery in the BC1 final. Can he produce some magic? He can't. So a point on the board will be for Kai Sun, and he's deserved it throughout the tournament with the way he's played, and a true competitor in the championships. But David Smith can now watch on, knowing that the World Championship is his.
Can he get a few more? Just a little short again. That'll cause him difficulties.
Yeah, he's blocked off the straight line for the jack, so he'll have to head to the left. We'll go straight for it, and it bounces off relatively kindly.
Chance to come in off that ball now.
2 remaining for Kai Sun. Ask for it straight away.
Power-wise, might only get one chance at this.
Oh, nice from Kai Sun. Oh, is it close enough? No, from the initial angle it looked like it bounced favourably.
It's more power in this one. Yeah, power.
Nice, and he's really happy with that. But it's all over in the BC1 category. Whatever score Kai Sun receives in this final end, David Smith is the BC1 champion. And it is 2 points for Kai Sun, so he's got some score on the board. And a shake of the hands from both players. David Smithy, a roar of defiance. The man from Great Britain, and it's another win for David Smith. He's played brilliant throughout these championships. And adds another one to the trophy cabinet. What a performance in a final when you've been up against it in the quarters and the semi-finals, to really produce a performance like that, and you can see the crowd really giving him a good reception. But what a fantastic performance from David Smith.
Yeah, really strong. That's a solid performance. That's what we like to see in the other games as well.
Well, there we have it, our first final. It has finished, and it's a win for David Smith. He is absolutely delighted. We are as well in the commentary box. And we will move on to our second final, which will be the BC3 final between Greg Polykonjanis and Awan Jong. And it should be a really intriguing final, that one. Lots of history between the two players. That one will be coming up at 2 o'clock, so please do join us for that. It's set to be a fantastic, fantastic final. But David Smith is the BC1 World Champion.
My name's Nigel Murray, and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17, 18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities, and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike balls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end, if two reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible, win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable, and partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication, so there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls, so, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport, but yet they can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Well, welcome back to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. It's the 2018 BISFed Boccia World Championships. And we now move on to our second final of the afternoon. We've already seen one, but this one seems to be it's set up to be an absolute classic with Greg Polychronidis against Hoan Jong. And these two guys have got history. It's the match that we saw in the 2016 Paralympic final in Rio. And a man who knows a lot about these two players I'm delighted to join with to take you through the action is Scott McCowan. And this one is set up to be a really, really great match.
Yeah, this is the one we've all been waiting for. Obviously from a British perspective, I was hoping to see one of my teammates in this final, but that aside, this was the one that I was looking forward to. As you say, it was the Paralympic final in Brazil, and Hoan Jong has been on somewhat of a hiatus since then, and we didn't know whether he would ever return, but this is his first tournament back, and in that time, Gregorius has been somewhat dominant in the world of BC3 Boccia on the whole, and whilst he's champion at the most recent event in Pavoa, World Open, I'm sure Hoan Jong will be saying, yeah, well that might be the case, but I wasn't at that event, and I'll be hoping to prove that today, that I would have been competing against you for that title. And as I say, I'm sure this is going to be every bit what we built it up to be. It never seems to disappoint.
Well, we saw there the route to the final for both Jong and Polychronidis, and they've played some excellent games throughout the championships. And an interesting fact for Greg, as we've mentioned on air before, when we've seen him in action on show court, it's his wife Katrina who is the assistant, and that might help in the relationship between the pair over the years.
Yeah, and I should add that for Hoan Jong, it's a new BC3 assistant, not the assistant who helped him through Rio, and I think was his assistant for almost all of his career, I think. So it was going to be interesting to see that dynamic. Of course, up until now, he's looked like it's made absolutely no difference.
And for Young, he got the better of Polychronides in the final in Rio 2016. So Greg will be looking to change that around and wrap the gold medal around his neck this time around.
Yeah, that was a remarkable match. Greg played a great game in that match, but hole 1 was just a level above, and it was really strange to see a player of Greg's caliber being on the receiving end of that. But it just shows the quality of the man we have here today. As I said a couple of times already this week, Hole 1 Young, in my opinion, the best player ever to play this BC3 category.
So we are set up for a classic on show court. We've already had one player being crowned champion in the BC1 category. That was David Smith, who put in a fantastic performance against Kai Sun. And now it's the chance, these two players of the BC3 category, for a chance to be crowned world champion.
Yeah, and if the bronze medal match in BC3 was anything to go by, this should be a real cracker.
It will be Awan Young to shoot first and place the jack.
And hole 1 uses a mouth pointer to release the ball, whereas you see Greg has a head pointer, a remarkable head pointer in truth. So we've got that difference in this match, but there will not be too much of a difference in terms of jack placement, both of them favouring a short jack, although Gregorius's will be narrower.
Now it's time for Awan Young to play his first ball in this final.
You see the foot of the assistant outside the box, but as long as that foot is in by the time the ball's released, that's absolutely fine. And making sure of a sure release here.
So you hear that instant cheer of his Japanese team. And that's because they are very happy with the shot that Awan has just played, blocking off Polychronides.
Yeah, and that looks a really good angle. A little bit short, and sometimes if the angle is just right, that can actually be harder to manoeuvre because you lose a lot of the power in the initial contact into the jack. But it's so dependent on the angle. So we'll see very shortly how challenging this proves to be. As the extensions go up.
Yeah, looking for to use all the power he can in the ramp. But not what he intended. It slightly moved the ball of John round.
Yeah, and you just see how much it gripped to the jack there. And I think that might... I think he'll not be too disappointed with that. He'll probably be expecting it to take 2 shots to be cleared fully. Just the nature of the ball placement. I'm not sure he can get in now to the jack without having to move it again. But no extension appears to be going on the top, so this is not going to be a full power shot. So maybe he is trying to get on the jack here. Again, depends what ball it is also. Said before, quite a bit of variance in the balls in BC3. Really hard ones, really soft ones. But he's went for the layup shot, and you see him shouting there. Just shows how important he considered that ball. He's not a player who lets his emotions out too often, and when he does, it tells you just how important he considers the shot.
What an important shot that was for Polykronidis, and like you said, Scott, it's the first time we've really seen some emotion from Greg in the tournament. How can Hwan Yong reply?
You see Hwan looking for that angle again, lining up off centre. So difficult to do. Involves a good eye and as well quite a bit of strength and control to position your body into where it's needed to perform that manoeuvre.
We saw some incredible stuff from Junior Kim in the third-fourth playoff. That was truly extraordinary.
He's just hoping to hit the inside of the blue to get it out like that. And now he can either go between Jack and blue or promote the red.
So a nice second ball of Hwan Yong.
And as you can see, he's moving right across to the edge of his box. And I think that means he'll be going for the Jack and blue, which means he can use the other red as a blocker to defend the route to the Jack. It's one of the key features of the Korean ramp is a very small base, which allows him to get better angles. The footprint's not very big, takes up very little room in the box. Absolutely perfect.
Fantastic from Hwan Yong. He just nestled it in there, and just like you said, Scott, he's just perfected it. That was a really nice looking shot.
Yeah, and that was actually the previous shot there, but you see here, just using the blue to clip off, to get him round the corner a little bit, tuck it in behind his short red, and that's so difficult to deal with. And Polykronidis up against it now. What can he pull out of the bag? Probably the best shot maker in the game.
He certainly played some fantastic boccia throughout this tournament, and he'll need a big performance today.
Splits the reds up to allow him a route in. It's a good shot.
A lot of the play in boccia is just looking ahead, and he's done that well there. Just eyeing the levels up, one eye closed. It's the traditional look for Polykronidis.
That's right. You see various different styles. Obviously, Yunyup Kim had the ramp in the air, which is a style favoured by the British team also. But Greg keeps his base on the ground, shoot on the ground, sorry, and lines up through the ramp with one eye closed. And that's just jammed in the gate almost,
yeah,
between the balls.
The gap wasn't big enough for him to get through. He just needed a bigger gap just to nestle that ball into the Jack.
And he'll now look to just force that through with his next shot.
Bit off target there for Greg. It wasn't the line we were thinking he was going to go.
Yeah, that's definitely a miss there, I think.
And we don't see that from Polychronidis that often, well, if none at all in this championship so far.
Yeah, that's right. And but interesting to see how he's able to respond to that. Looked a relatively comfortable shot for a player of his quality.
A rare mistake from Polychronidis. Could the pressures of the final just be getting to him a bit? Up against his nemesis in Jong.
Packed crowd down there.
Yeah, it's a fantastic crowd that we saw for the BC1 final, and they've stuck around for the BC3s, and the atmosphere, the glow from the show court, it's really adding to the spectacle of the finals here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool.
See, he's right down the chute here, which means it's a hard ball. He's trying to slow down.
Shortest ramp, and it's come up short.
Yeah, I think the idea there is he's trying to block Hwan's route, because that is so short that I don't think he would be trying to promote that blue. He's just trying to get that in the way. But when it's such a hard ball, it's very hard to control. And the worst thing you want Hwan to have is balls left at the end of the end with you played out. No way of being able to impact the game. And Hwan, his ramp and balls provide a tremendous amount of power. And I think here you'll be going to try and drive this jack through. But who knows? Potentially move the blues. Could be another option on the right. Depends what the situation is and what he can see. And it looks like he might have changed his mind here.
I don't see that often when we, from the BC3 players. Oh, he looks like he's going back. He just wanted a change of pace. What's the situation there?
I think that's an additional one he's put in to make it even higher. I think, or there was maybe some issue with the preparation of it.
Nearly nestled on top of the jack and the other ball surrounding.
Yeah, I think he hit more of the blue there than he wanted, and the situation hasn't really changed too much. I thought he was going to hit that with full power and drive the jack through, but didn't quite work out that way. But he's going for a similar shot at least again.
Polychronidis is played out. It's all down to Hwan Yong to finish this end. 2 balls remaining.
And there's the destroyer.
Fantastic play from the gold medalist Paralympian. He's showing his class.
The wrecking ball comes through the head and destroys everything around it. Look at the distance that jack sprung back. That's very hard to do. And I've been in that situation myself. He did that to me in Rio in a short end, firing the jack back a good 75 centimetres, and I think he took 4 in that end, and that was end 1, and right away I was up against it.
He puts you under pressure, does Hwan Yong, and I'm sure the BC3 category has been shaken up again with his return.
Yep, and here he goes again to add to the punishment for Greg by trying to hit that ball up, and he has done.
That looks like it could be
3, I think, yeah.
Added, yeah.
It's a difficult shot hitting a hard ball because it can easily run away from you, but he had quite a big zone.
Well, Polychronidis is up against it. 3 added to the total.
And that ball that Gregorius played that didn't quite block the line proved costly because it allowed Young to have a couple of attempts at driving the jack. And that errant shot prior as well So a couple of disappointing efforts from Gregorius at the end of the end, and he was suitably punished. And hole one is not happy with that, it appears. Would like it done again.
It's very close.
It is very close.
Let's see what the confirmation from the referee is. Two for red. Well, we thought it could have been three.
Yeah, that's not so bad. You see Greg's father there in the crowd cheering him up. And that's what they'll be saying. That's what he'll be thinking in his box, that could have been worse.
And he now has the possession of the jack as well. Referee for this one, Fu Wong, just taking his time and under as much pressure as the players as we look ahead to the BC2 final, which will take place next. And that's another really intriguing affair of Xinquin Yang against Sayangampa.
Yeah, of course, Sayangampa's teammate Wongsup eliminated earlier in the tournament, much to the shock of many people, of course, especially after the way he played against Dmitry Kozin of Russia.
We have had the pleasure of watching Sayangampa on the show court.
And you'll see Greg's ramp is directed towards that narrow jack position that he favours and has used all throughout the tournament so far. I wasn't interested to see if he was maybe going to change it up for this game.
Directly in front of him for Polychronides. Short game, like Scott said, being the favourable option for the Greek.
And the idea with the ramp being in the middle there to play that shot is he's got as much room on the left side as he has on the right, meaning he can exploit both angles fully. That's the idea behind that jack position. And the fact that he can be relentlessly accurate because it's so close.
Nicely done.
That's a good shot. Again, shout from Gregorius. That means you know that he's feeling this and he realises how important it is.
He finds himself 2-0 down and he's not been under this kind of pressure in the championships, so he needed a good start in the second end and he's certainly got it with that.
He hasn't been under this pressure since the World Open in Pavoa, where he faced Jose Carlos Macedo, and that went all the way to a tie break. In fact, the fourth end was looking particularly ropey from him and he was close to being defeated. But yeah, most of the year has been relatively plain sailing.
He's happy with that one. Hawan Yong.
Yep, opens it up in one.
Getting a better look at the jack and maybe a chance even to clear Greg's ball.
And that's something you don't see very often. You see the ball that he used there has almost ended up in the penalty box, which is a bizarre quirk of that shot. But I'm pretty sure that from where the jack ball is, it's not going to end up out of court and won't become a factor in this game. But interesting nonetheless.
Well, he's certainly punished.
Straight on.
You need this there. Straight on the money again. He's been away for 2 years and he's playing superbly. It's almost like he's never been away.
Yeah, that's beautiful. You see Gregorius instantly as wide as he can get his ramp to get as much of an angle on this as possible. Trouble he has is that with that blue placed to the right as we look at it, he'd be wanting to try and get the red to come to that side, and the blue is going to restrict the ability to get it round. Of course, we've seen already in the tournament people trying to move the jack, which is also an option if you can see any of the jack, but of course we don't know. And no, of course the red, as you see there, the red can't come round too far because of that blue, but he would have expected that to happen. That won't be a surprise to him. If that blue hadn't have been there, that red would have come right out of the way, I think. You saw it rising in the air.
Still 4 balls remaining for Polychronidis to work with. And he's going for maximum power. Just trying to break away the red of Jean, and he does that successfully.
Good shot. And crucially, he's left the red closer, allowing him the next shot to get full control of the jack as he moves the ramp in to get that better angle so that he's blocking hole 1 fully. This is a good response from the world number 1.
See what he can do now, and he's got the chance to really put the pressure back on Hwan Yong.
Yeah, that's a shot.
It really is.
The clap from Katarina, the shout from Gregorius. They know the importance of that ball.
Sheer quality from Gregorius Polychronidis. Like you said, Scott, showing why he is number 1 in the BC3 category. And it's got the feeling of this match of being a game that will twist and turn through each end.
What can Hwan Yong pull out here?
Well, it's not touched any of his balls, and it's nudged actually Greg's closer to the jack.
Yeah, it has done. But I think importantly, what he was trying to do there was push that blue in between jack and red, because you see now there's a space between the 2 blues that allows him to go in there maybe and open them. So it might temporarily have increased the deficit, but that'll be for a purpose, I feel, of being easier to open. Because before that, one was covering the other. He's going wide again for that angle. Extends the pointer. We'll get a good view of the release here. Got to connect in the middle and not push it into the sides of the ramp. Nice shot.
She does to perfection.
And now there's a good space to put a red ball in.
Could be a good chance for Owen Young to extend his lead, although Polykronidis still has 2 balls remaining.
And that was a great example to any BC3 watching at home on what to do in a situation like that. As you rightly pointed out, he did make it 2 briefly, but there was a thought behind that of how to move those balls out of his way and find space for jack control. Got to be thinking more than 1 shot ahead sometimes. Sometimes 3 or 4 shots.
Game management is so important in boccia, and we're seeing it played out in front of us here.
Crucial ball.
She has just managed to nestle in.
Yep. Wonder. The torch is coming out.
The famous torch. We've not seen it today. It's very close.
Okay.
Polykronidis, who is closer.
Yeah, it's hole 1 to play, but crucially that red is in the centre of the jack, which is A1 position. And if you can push it in there, get it stuck on, he'll still be favourite in this end.
So important to get your pace right on this shot now.
Yeah, he's not going to get another go at it. The last ball, critical one.
Crucial moments for Owen Young.
Just takes a second or 2 to compose himself.
We can't see from that initial angle, but it does look good, and it is. For Owen Young, he's just nudged that ball to the jack. And now
work to do.
All the onus is on Polykronidis. Too right, there is work to do for Greg. How would you approach this one, Scott?
Well, it's interesting because I feel if he tries to hit it with full power, both balls are going to just come back together. I don't think he's going to get much movement. What he needs to try and do is get enough separation to maybe nudge one of the other blues up the side of the jack to get closer. Oh, he could do that. It's an excellent shot.
That is fantastic, and we weren't expecting that.
Oh, that is a brilliant shot. I didn't see that one. Absolute quality.
Pulled off some magic there is Polykronidis.
Using the red to play the plant. The blue brings the jack back, and I think that might be 2.
I bet Owen Young cannot believe it. He thought he'd played some brilliant shots, and he's now seeing the points getting taken off him.
Yeah, that was absolutely outstanding.
Last ball for Polykronidis in the second end. All eyes on him around the show court. Just taking all the time he needs. 30-second bell was raised. There we go, just confirming.
Yeah, I guess it either was tight or it wasn't too, because I think he would have went to roll up to the other blue to try for 3 if that hadn't been the case. But again, hard to tell what he could see, but that's definitely 2, I think.
I'm sure we'll have the referee's judgment. But they look happy.
Yeah.
There'll be 2 points added to the total of Polychronidis.
Yeah, tied game now.
Wow, well, what an opening to this BC3 final. It's certainly lived up to expectations, and how tight and tense and the quality of play we've seen.
Yeah, Team Greece look a whole lot happier with things now, and so they should. We've got a game on our hands.
We certainly do. And we'll have another final coming up. The last final of the day, the BC4 category. Griselles against Zheng. That's set to be a really entertaining game.
Yep. And if I'm not wrong, Yusan Zheng was defeated in the final of the individual world championships prior to Rio by none other than Great Britain's Stephen Maguire. So he'll be hoping to not do the same thing again, but Grisales of Colombia, what a rise he's made. Colombia came out of nowhere in the BC4 category in recent years, and they're really a force to be reckoned with now.
So we're seeing the experienced against the new. It's set up to be a really tasty fixture, and a final that I'm sure you'd love to tune into later on this afternoon. But we're going to stay with this very entertaining game in the BC3 final.
Absolutely, yep, don't go anywhere. This is going to be fantastic.
Hwan Yong to place the jack. Similar length.
Yep. Both players are very confident in their ability in their chosen jack position, and they won't change, I don't think.
Three metres for Hwan Yong, so it's a similar length. The Paralympic gold champion in Rio has got a game on his hands here against Polychronidis.
Oh,
a mistake.
Wow.
I wasn't expecting that one.
I can't remember the last time I saw that. Who would have thought?
Well, I don't think the spectators in the stands and around the court can quite believe what they've just seen there.
Advantage Gregorius. Wow, wow, wow.
He's someone you don't want to be giving an advantage to as well.
That is perhaps just pressure. Right there, maybe. What's he got to be pressured about, eh? It's only the World Championship final.
Only the biggest events in boccia.
Oh,
and he's just
punishment.
Executed it perfectly. Again, he's so good at taking advantage of others' mistakes, and he's done it again.
Look at that, stopping right at the jack.
You're really witnessing a superb start to this end for Polychronidis, but it's all thanks to the faults of Hwan Yong.
Yeah, and you know, regardless of how many things he's won in his career, it's still 2 years since he's competed internationally, and that has to have an effect at some point. We didn't think it was gonna, I must say, but maybe finally starting to have an impact. Oh yes.
But he replies in the true fashion that only Hwan Yong does, and dislodges the jack away from Polychronidis.
Yeah, and that's absolutely perfect. It's right behind the red now.
This game is just ebbing and flowing, twisting and turning in each direction, and It's really an amazing game to watch.
And I can't tell you how many times now in the modern game that shot is employed. Cutting the jack around 15-20 centimetres behind your own ball. Good one to practice for any BC3 who's learning the game.
How can Polygrinidis respond after an initially really good start? But now he's put back under pressure.
And you see how wide he has to go now, because he can't see the jack.
But if anyone can pull off a shot of this magnitude, it can be Polygrinidis. Going from the side angle, of course. Has to stay in the box to make the shot legal.
Oh yeah.
Another really great shot from Polygrinidis.
Fantastic.
And you actually saw the assistant was being so still, making sure she didn't disrupt the ramp as well.
Yeah, sometimes just footsteps in the box can result in it wobbling. You don't want anything to come in the way of where you intend it to go.
And now Polygrinidis has another sight at the jack, and crucially, like we've mentioned before, he isn't the one closest, so he has another go.
And now he'll just want to rest against the jack but tuck it a little behind that other blue.
This really is the final that we were all expecting.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it never disappoints when these two go at it.
We are witnessing a classic on show court today.
Oh, and that's a mistake.
A mistake from Polygrinidis this time. Quite right. Not the shot he was looking for.
Yeah, I don't think so. He would definitely have wanted to get that on the jack.
Still a chance to, as he has the next shot. How is he going to play this one, Polygrinidis?
Yeah, he's probably got the short blue to promote now. Try and leave his ball in. See, that's right in line for him, so should be pretty simple.
Nicely done, and an applause from the assistant. And his wife Katrina.
It's a fine shot, and you see he's tucked it in behind the blue now.
Now it's the chance of Owen Young to respond. We've seen him play some excellent shots so far in this final. Can he pull off another one?
And you see it in this game. What we're talking about is, it's not just a case of getting on the jack, it's that perfect angle. And I don't think we've seen one that hasn't went right in the heart of the jack. And that is often the difference between getting a ball off and not getting a ball off, or taking 2 or 3 shots to get it off instead of 1.
Opting for power.
It's the wrecking ball again. And he gets that round the corner.
He's done it very well there. There's Hwan Yong.
Yeah, because that ball was on as well as it could be. And he's managed to turn that round. It's a tremendous shot.
A very clever shot from Hwan Yong. And a shot that you would expect from a player of his capabilities.
Yeah, and we spoke about the lining up of Yun Yup Kim earlier. And here we go with Hwan Yong employing the same tactic.
It really is remarkable how these players can get in the angles that they can to find the best results. And you mentioned there, Scott, Yun Yup Kim, was absolutely incredible this morning.
And here, I think he's going to go for the jack, maybe, to bring it round. Either that or just go for the jack and touch it. Can't see exactly the type of ball in use there. Yeah, it's just a straightforward roll up to the jack.
But done very well.
Yep, good shot.
Really nice line and power used from Yong.
It's not perfect angle, but it's very good. But Greg has a chance to move that, I think. And you see here, whose box is it?
It's Greg being a bit greedy, trying to take up.
Yeah, perfectly entitled to do that, but yeah, it's quite interesting to see that sometimes.
Now, as long as his chair stays in, and his assistant is in the box as well.
You see that long arm on the shoot, allows him to reach right in, whilst keeping the base way back in the box, and making sure that it's just off the ground. If you get a bit of paper under there, you're okay. And that's checked before the game. And during the game, if the ref feels that there's a concern. Oh, that's a good shot.
That's a very nice looking shot from Polykronidis, who just destroys the barrier that was in front of him, created by Yong.
Yeah, and the ball's so hard that it was always going to roll back, even though it might have looked like one point it was going to stay there. And now he has a free shot of the jack. And I kind of feel that this ball is the critical ball in the end. If he executes it the way he wants, I would hand the initiative to Gregorius. If not, I think 0-1 will take it.
See assistant praying. Oh, just a lot of power. It's misjudged that. And you can hear the groans and the shock from us in the commentary box. That was not what we were expecting from Polykronidis.
And I don't quite know what's happened there, because he was quite far up the ramp. I did not expect it to only go that far. I don't know if something has happened there, because that just looked like a comfortable shot to the jack. I can't see another reason why you wouldn't go for that. And I did say that this was a critical ball in the end, and it actually may prove to be the critical ball in the game now, because with 2 balls left, 1 can maybe get 4.
Oh, and it almost like a flick off the post in a football, and it just knocks it away.
I can't believe what we're seeing here.
This is intense drama here on the show court. Do not take your eyes away. This is scintillating stuff.
And I can only put that down to the pressure of the event right now, because it's just shots you don't expect these 2 players to be missing.
They've been so brilliant in the championship so far.
As I say, I thought he was just going to try and drive the jack back into space to hold 2, possibly 3 with that ball, and he just didn't get through the gap. The gap might be tighter than it looks to us here, of course. Can he get it now? That's the one.
That is absolutely brilliant from Hao Young, and you can hear the cries from his teammates and staff and supporters. Well, that was simply brilliant.
Oh yeah. Using the red to trap it, because that was a hard ball. Holds 2.
Well, Hao Young has one hand on the gold medal and looking like the World Championship is on the horizon. 5-2 lead going into the final end, and Gregorios Polygonides, for as well he's played, might he be going home with a silver medal.
Yeah, 5-2. Apologies.
How does Polygonides respond now? He's got the jack, of course, but with points to make up against a formidable opponent.
Yeah, it's a long road back. He's got the jack, obviously, which is one advantage. What's going through his head right now? What he has to not be doing is thinking about that last shot he played. He has to get that out of his head. It's easy to think, if I'd made that shot, I could have been leading going into this end. That's what we're all thinking, but you can't do that when you're on the court.
It's amazing the changes in momentum that Boccia match can show, and the ops to go long this time, nearly right on the back line of the court.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. It was always going to be difficult to get 3 off of Young in that position, if not impossible. And that's exactly what I would have done. Change it up, try something. So a rare long jack from Gregorios Polygonides, but needs must.
And you talked before the game when we were off air how important it is to change the styles in the game just to test your opponent. And we're certainly seeing this from Greg.
Yeah, just shows you the problems he's been caused here. But that,
well, that's a good enough start.
Yeah, it's still a very good ball, but it was almost the most perfect shot. Just a little bit too much pace. But what a great line he had on it.
Well, how can Hao Young respond? He's been brilliant in this final so far.
And it's not easy to get a long ball when you haven't played one probably all tournament. Make that adjustment. Well then, we haven't seen Hao Young tested at this distance yet.
Do not move away from your seats. This is going to be an intriguing final end here on Show Court, the BC3 final.
Might be some value in this. It's certainly a tactic I tried in Rio on both my jacks, but unfortunately I wasn't planning on him taking my jack out of court with his opening shot on both ends, which totally destroyed that tactic. But assuming that doesn't happen, we'll get to see Hao tested at this distance. He's got so much power up there though. I'm not ruling out anything.
Pulled up short.
And I think that was a deliberate move. Most players will have at least one ball they can't reach the back of the court with, because they need it that soft for the shorter ends. So he knew he wasn't going to get it there, I think, and he aimed to try and block Gregorios' line. And then if he gets this one in, he won't have a line in. So to the untrained eye, that might look like a poor shot, but I would be pretty sure that's what's happened there. It's a tactic I've seen employed brilliantly by Jose Macedo of Portugal over the years to great effect.
Young's second shot in this final end.
That looks good. But again, pulls up.
Pulls up, and it looked the right line, although it did sort of slightly curve away.
Yeah,
at the end.
And again, that one might also be deliberate so that he can push them up. Maybe that one also doesn't reach, I don't know. So the fact that that one's not as far to the left and almost as in his way, it makes me think maybe not, but again, unless you actually know the ball, it's very hard to tell. But if another one doesn't get there, then we might have to start thinking about a comeback.
And what a comeback that would be if Polychronidis could turn this one around.
But as I said, it's difficult to work out the speed required at that distance when you haven't done it for a long time. Obviously, if you're playing it, you've got the jack to use as a reference. The whole one doesn't have that.
That looks a bit better.
Oh wow.
Oh, he's really not getting to grips with the speed here. Is Hao-Wen Yong, and is this the first time that we are seeing one of the great players rattled?
Yeah, the look on his face there, to me, suggests a worried man.
Whereas Polychronidis is sat there motionless.
What must he be thinking right now?
Not even looking.
What drama this is.
Well, we expected it, and we thought that potentially Hao-Wen Yong had gone into a comfortable lead, but it's looking like it's going to throw up another turn.
I will put the one caveat on a long end that it only takes one ball to kill it. If you can get one of these on the jack, at that distance it's going to be almost impossible for Gregorius to get it off and get the points required. And that looks better.
It did initially. Wow. There's still a gap there for Hao-Wen Yong to
This
play
is remarkable. Look at the scoring zone Gregorius has got now to get points. Ladies and gentlemen, this is getting dicey now.
Well, this really could be one of the great matches in boccia and at the World Championships. What a stage to do it on in the final of the BC3 category.
Not able to see the outcome there. Oh, still
board up short again.
Not on the jack. Oh,
well, this is incredible.
It is absolutely mind-blowing. And if ever there was an example of why you should try and change things up and chance your arm, it's right now, because it's really thrown the Paralympic champion. And if it can happen to him, it can happen to anyone. Here's the shot again. Looked good again initially, but you just see it turning once more to this side, and it wouldn't have got there anyway.
Here we go with his final effort.
Oh, you're kidding me. You're having a laugh.
Would you believe it? Hao-Wen Yong has pulled out a stroke of genius. That is simply sensational.
I'm done. I'm officially done. How did that happen? Where did that come from? Remarkable.
Well, he looked so lost in how to get the pace and the line right, and he pulls out something like that, and wow, that is incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed one of the all-time great shots there from Hao Wan-yong.
I can't tell you how hard that is to do, let alone in the World Championship final on your last ball.
How does Polychronidis respond?
Oh, yes.
And does
Great
it with
shot.
style.
He's got a job to do, but there is a chance.
4 remaining for Polychronidis.
He will now try and clear that red. It will be a hard ball, so he could be able to get out of court potentially, and then have that large zone for the points required. And hold on, can't look. I've never seen that before. His assistant has his head in his hands. Oh man.
Drama on the show court, and everyone's eyes is on it.
Here we go.
Polychronidis heads in.
Perfect.
Oh.
Perfect.
Superb from Polychronidis. You just couldn't write it.
Oh, look at this. Look at the excitement on the Greek faces.
Puff for the cheeks from Polychronidis.
Yep, his father there going absolutely crazy on the sidelines. He now needs 2 more points for the tie break, and 3 more for the victory.
Have you ever seen a comeback like this, Scott?
Well, I want to say no, but I probably have. No, in this game, but not for a long time.
Oh, the tension is palpable. You can feel it rippling through the atmosphere here in Liverpool.
That looks good for line. Oh, it's perfect.
Wow. Again, Polychronidis.
The master at work here. We are now 1 ball from a tie break, 2 balls from a remarkable turnaround that even Greg in his heart of hearts could never have imagined was actually going to happen.
Just takes a moment to compose himself.
You still with us, everyone?
How's your heart rate? Here we go, Polychronidis.
Oh, yes, that's the one.
Again.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Can it really be Polychronidis this to take the BC3 gold medal and one of the all-time great matches, one of the all-time great ends?
Yeah, this one's for the history books, no doubt. We are at a tie break. There's 1 ball left. 1 ball left in the whole game, potentially. We'll either go to a tie break or Grigorios Polychronidis will be the world champion.
Hao Wan-yong looks to the heavens.
This game has absolutely everything. A tie break might be fitting, but Grigorios will not be wanting that. With the ball left, checks his sheet to make sure he's got the pace right. They'll only get 1 chance at this. Deep breath, make sure you get that release right.
Polychronidis for the championship.
And the hard ball goes. It's going. Oh,
he's done it!
Oh, wow.
Polychronidis!
Unbelievable.
The world champion in the BC3. One of the all-time great matches in the Boccia World Championships you have just witnessed here today in Liverpool.
I can't believe what's just happened.
Well, I can tell you that the crowd in the stands are up on their feet, and too right, because that is one of the all-time great ends in Boccia. Sensational.
Oh, wow. If you were here or you watched at home today, you have just witnessed maybe the greatest comeback in Boccia history.
And look at that
They're
smile.
stunned. The crowd are stunned.
I honestly cannot believe it. That is unbelievable. And look at the
Greg's
reaction.
coach there coming to congratulate him. What must be going through Young's head? The tears coming now, I think. He can't believe what's happened. And I'm not surprised. I still can't.
Shake of the hands from the two players. Well, that was scintillating stuff on the show court. We all thought it was done. We all thought Hao Wan-yong was going to be crowned the BC3 champion. But Polychronidis, with one of the ends of his life.
Look at the emotion coming out now. What a pleasure to commentate this game.
A game that will live long in the memory for everyone here, for everyone in the commentary box. Absolutely incredible from Polychronidis. And look at the emotion there.
He's had some achievements in this game, but there's no doubt about it. This is the finest.
Well, let's have a look at that extraordinary scorecard there.
Look at the ball situation in that last end.
Mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. The highlights of what has been an incredible game on show court. What a match. Polychronidis is the BC3 world champion. And I'm sure you'll want to stick around for more, as next up we have the BC2 final between Xinqin Yang and Sayan Gampa, which will be another absolute belter of a match. So please stick with us, and that next game will be coming up for you at 3:30.
I've always got like a game plan. I know where they pretty much take me, or we're always checking in warm-ups to see where they're going and all that sort of stuff. So, but I tend to focus on myself. I know my game's strong enough to be able to compete. So, I mean, but having a kind of rough ride through semi and the quarters, it kind of gets you in the right frame of mind. And particularly the semi, which was a really tough game, and I thought I played quite well in it, gave me the confidence to go into the final knowing that I was competitive. And yeah, someone was going to have to play well to beat me. And yeah, I don't think once he realised I was on form, I think he kind of, it got to him more than it got to me.
Well, Kai, of course, beat number 2 Daniel Perez in the semi-finals, so it must have been a shock when you thought you might have been playing Perez, but then playing Sun.
Well, not being beaten by the Chinese guy, but just generally he's not quite been there. He's been beaten by the third seed a couple of times because of how the draw comes together. Obviously the third seed didn't get through this time because he got beaten in his pool stage by that Chinaman. So I was thinking, well, if he beat him, then he's probably going to beat Dan as well. So I wasn't totally surprised when it happened. I mean, it would have been nice to play Dan again, but
Ladies and gentlemen, time for our first medal ceremony for the BC1 individual category. Please welcome your medalists.
It's time now for our first medal ceremony of the Boccia World Championships, and played out on show court for everyone to see is the BC1s. A fantastic competition this year, the BC1s. Saw a lot of really intriguing games this year.
Yeah, and a familiar face in first place again. In domination of this event.
David Smith, winner again. He had a good run to the final. But the shock probably came from the man who has claimed the bronze medal, Daniel Perez, who many tipped would get to the final.
Yeah, he's been a rival of Smithies for David Smith's for a number of years. But Kai Sun, a name maybe we were surprised about, made it all the way to the final. Tremendous effort from him.
They still had to win the bronze medal.
Yeah. Daniel's got a very good record of medaling consistently. Maybe not regularly gets finals or gets the gold, but tends to always pick up a medal.
And our silver medalist, a bit of a surprise, Kai Sun, who had an extraordinary run to the final.
Yeah, it was just a bridge too far. David Smith didn't let him in, didn't really give him a chance. But what a display.
And that will really boost his confidence and his rankings for the Paralympics, of course, 2020.
Absolutely.
In Asia.
Yeah, and
of course.
China will be great. Glad to have another medalist to join Zheng in the BC4.
Here over the announcer, your winner of the BC1 individual classification. GB's David Smith, a fantastic champion. He's so used to this, it's almost a bit customary, really.
Yeah.
Smile on the face of David Smith, and another gold medal to add to this trophy. He really is a fantastic competitor, and he said in an interview before the championships he wants to be the Roger Federer of boccia, and he's certainly living up to that.
Yeah, he's certainly as dominant as that man was, particularly in Wimbledon. And yeah, the poster boy of these championships.
National anthems now being played out for the winner, David Smith. Congratulations to David Smith. Winner of the BC1 classification, David Smith. Superb champion. He goes around all the medalists to shake their hands and wish them all the best.
Yeah, one of the great things about this sport is the camaraderie amongst the athletes.
Well, congratulations to all our medalists in the BC1 category. David Smith, my son, Daniel Perez. And we'll be back with you for the next final that will be taking place on
Boccia is a Paralympic sport,
which will be the BC2 final between Xinqin Yang and Sen Gampa. We'll see you back at 3:30.
and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? Two sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the 2018 World Boccia Championships BC2 individual final. Please welcome your competitors.
Welcome back to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool, and for the third final of this afternoon's Boccia World Championships. We've seen some fantastic matches so far today, and we've just witnessed one of the great matches in Boccia and in the BC3 category. But now our focus turns to the BC2 final, and a game that promises to be a real spectacle here on show court, as Shikan Yang takes on Warut Seyangampa in the BC2 final. And I'm delighted to say that we are joined by Peter Maguire, who will take us through this one, and it should be a really entertaining game, Peter.
Oh, I won, same as the last game there. I was hanging over the balcony, couldn't see. That's what I won.
Well, another final like that, and I don't think my heart rate could take any more.
Yeah, it's just like going to the gym. Gets it pumping.
Well, let's hope for another final like the final we witnessed in the BC3 final between Greg Polychronidius and Hawan Jong, which ended in spectacular fashion in the final end. But
yeah, what a way to win a final. Final ball. That's a story to tell for years and years to come.
Certainly one to tell the grandkids.
Yeah.
What a final, and what a way to end the BC3 category. But now let's focus on the BC2s, and we've already seen Seyangampa in action today. We saw him against Aitaka Sugimura, and he beat him 8-0, so he's coming into this final in great form.
Yeah, very clinical. And the two opponents here won all their group stage matches back to back. Yep, that's the way you want to do this tournament. Stay strong from the start and get go.
Shi Kuan Yang in good form coming into the tournament and really showing it through the championships. And like you said, Peter, they've won all their games in the pool, so they've not experienced losing. So
no.
The momentum must be really great for both these players on court today.
And the wins as well were pretty heavy in numbers. So how they'll cope with falling behind for a couple of points or so, we'll see how they manage that. And the heat from these lights and all the eyes, spectators around them, it's another added pressure.
It'll just increase the levels even more on these players and the pressure, you said, Peter. And we talked actually on the opening day about the court and how it could change with the temperatures and the lights, and
it does.
Have you seen that so far in the championships?
Yeah, I think it has slowed down the balls later on in the day because the moisture in the air as well, because some of these balls are genuine leather. They absorb the heat and moisture a lot more. It affects them.
Well, Shi Kuan Yang won the bronze in 2016 Paralympics in Rio. Seyangampa, he won the gold in 2016, so it's set to be a really fascinating matchup. And of course, Seyangampa, the defending champion as well.
Yeah. See how this one copes like the BC1 final we saw.
And it will be Seyangampa who throws the jack first. No aid for both these players, of course, in the BC2 final.
Jack, please. See how to cope. All alone. No one to help them but themselves.
Well, here we go. Let's get this BC2 final underway. Two cracking finals so far. And we can see Seyangampa straight away going short. You've talked to me off air before that before the time limits, it used to see the players just meditating and seeing things through. We saw just a slight bit of it there from Seyangampa.
Before the timer didn't go to actually throw the white ball, and you used to give some athletes just hold the ball and meditate calm for 5-6 minutes, and you're sitting there going, let's get the game started, come on.
And It's close to the jack, but it's still an opportunity for...
Yeah, the angle's exposed. If you can just hit this one ball. And get right on it again. That's it.
That's what he wanted, and he's...
But it looks here from red, maybe it's further away. Have to see overhead, really.
We've seen a lot in these championships. Actually, today they've gone to try and break the jack away from the opposition's ball, but in process wanting to try and keep the second shot, and they've often thrown it away.
Yeah. Blue to go. That's what we wanted. Sigh of relief there. But
good opportunity then for Jan to make some inroads in the first end.
that's good. It's followed up well.
Nice start from Jan, but still opportunities for Sarengampa.
So being right-handed a little more difficult. The left-hander here. It's very composed and calm. Yep, good shot.
Good play from Sarengampa. That's what he would have liked, and he's pulled it off. And has the opportunity to throw again as well, which is important. But quite right, Peter. He seems so calm, doesn't he? He's been in these positions before. And how important is the experience you build up in previous finals and Paralympics that you play?
It's well needed at these levels, and you just go into automation. You just kind of you know what to do. Split second. That's what you need. You start doubting yourself. You go left, right, fault. You know, you can't cope with that at this level.
And you see there from Sarengampa, that is a really lovely shot.
Perfect angle. We'll probably have one more shot, open this up. Can't afford to use too many that soon.
Oh, he's whistled it past. That is one of the most powerful shots I've seen in the championships on show court.
That would have knocked someone off their chair if it hurt them.
Well, you could hear the crash on the sideboardings, and you can see why. Good crowd here on show court, taking this one in.
He's going for it again. Oh, dangerous decision. Dangerous.
Well, that's an interesting shot there from Jan, who's played it into potentially the hands of Sarengampa, but 2 balls remaining for Jan.
You have to move to the back of the box now. Get that angle in off that other red. Softer shot.
Yeah, over the arm technique this time around from Jan.
Possession of the box, so something's coach to see that.
Well, that was 2 throws taken quickly from Jan, and now Sarengampa knows that he'll have a 2-point lead going into the second end unless he makes a mistake. Chance to add on to that as well.
Another one in there, very easy.
And you don't want to be giving Sarengampa any momentum.
No. He's been there before, he can cope very well.
Superb, and you see the reaction from Sarengampa. That is fantastic play.
I like to see him try and go up on top now. There's an opportunity here between the red and the blue.
As you perfectly described it throughout the championships, the profiteroles.
There's my profiteroles with chocolate. You only get chocolate if you win. It's an athlete's dessert, that one.
And a reward for the winner.
Yeah.
Which Saingampa looks to be taking a good step forward to.
1 minute.
Decisions. He's going for the bounce.
Not quite for Saingampa.
He can get up there. Should take the chance. There's no way he can lose those 3 points. We try and roll on top. The blue won't be pushed close on the loose red at the back.
Is it 3 or 4 for Saingampa?
Something down in his mind here. No,
Oh, no,
not enough
quite.
spin.
But still a really good start for Saingampa.
Yep, very strong. 50% of his balls scoring there.
3 red for Saingampa, and that's a really good start to these championships. And the perfect start.
Wonder if Jan will change his tactics here, game plan.
3 for this one, Richard Evans. And just looking at the route to the final for both these players, Saingampa really putting a great performance against Sugimura, and Ji Quan Yang in a really entertaining semi-final against Robert Mejic.
Yeah, that was one to watch.
But the big shock in the quarterfinals was definitely Vongsa crashing out to Mejic. An entertaining start for Saingampa in the final. Be Mejic. Apologies, Jan to take the jack.
Very close to the line.
Yeah, no room for error
No.
on that side.
Just too far. He's too quick, losing those first balls. Should take his time, focus, set himself. Don't know if it's the pressure of this final here to make him do that.
Pressure of the final, and I'm almost certain of the opponent he's facing as well, in Saingampa, who will always be very clinical.
Yeah. Create a lot of backspin with this grip.
Good. He's good. Still some sight for Jan though.
Yeah, it's left home. If Jan gets it on between that red and white, it'll be a lot harder to shift. Just normal 2 ball. Just too heavy. Great line, just too heavy.
Yeah, you can see the power he's getting on those throws.
Maybe red to go. That shadow is affecting that. It's up here.
Referee Richard Evans just having another look.
ยืดตัวก่อนนะยืดตัวก่อนนะยืดตัวน้ำหนักดีๆยกแขนตรงล็อกเลย
Ready to go.
Here's Sangampa. Taking his time in this one. It's the crucial throw for Sangampa.
If I was in his position there, when the referee was doing the measuring, I would have set up ready, prepared to throw the ball, just to save my own time also.
Oh, that's brilliantly played.
Yeah.
No mercy from Sangampa.
No, he's hitting him hard here.
Worth another replay this.
Looks secure. Chance to push that jack back towards that back blue. Oh, it's gone now.
There.
It's out now.
Out.
2 balls out.
A mistake from Shi Quan Yang, who's just hasn't looked settled at all in this final
No.
as of yet.
A few errors.
How do you calm yourself down in a game like this, Peter, when you know the gold medal is up for grabs?
Turn yourself around, face that wall, and give yourself a talking to. You know, but you've only 4 minutes.
Sure.
So better be quick.
Every little trick in the book.
He's defending now. He's kind of said, it's yours this end. So let's just slow down. That's out.
Just having another look. Here's Richard Evans. But you're quite right, Peter. This game is going at a rate of knots. We're already only 12 minutes in and halfway through the second end.
Very rapid. Don't know if it's adrenaline from both athletes. But Yang is a bit gun-ho right now, I think. Really, really quick.
Well, that's him played out. Shi Quan Yang. And now a chance for Sangampa to potentially add some more points to the board, but he did try and protect himself a bit, did Yan. With 4 balls remaining, Sangampa, he'll be pretty confident.
He'll be relaxed. Push it out.
Yeah, nicely played. Just securing that ball.
Same shot again. Just move to further back your box so you get a good angle.
We look to try and nestle it in between the red and the blue, or if you can find the angle.
Yeah, the overhead that we saw, it looks like there is area there to get another one. Point just sitting next to it. Just go in for enough power again. Shift that red back.
Oh, he's found it again. Absolutely superb from
Great.
Sangampa.
1 minute. 2 measure.
Richard Evans just confirms that he will have another look.
Has to watch, doesn't push his blue now. If he wants to go on top, he has to hit the red first. Oh, he's hit the blue.
That's not what he wanted.
Oh, that's a measure now. A lot of shadows here for us to actually see.
Gampa's last throw of the second end.
Yeah, pushed that red there. I think secured the point. I think the ref wants a measure.
Let's have another look at this one on the replay.
Yeah, looks 3.
He'll be really happy with that, seeing Gampa. I'm sure that Richard Evans will explain and just maybe even double check.
Has to be really careful when moving these balls. Some are propping others up. It can really affect them. Just to move that one in order to pull out the red as well.
And you can slightly pick up the voice of the referee, Richard Evans, and it's a really good insight to see how they actually deconstruct the scoring balls.
Just wants to be clear, make sure that both athletes understand what he's doing. Close on that one. Someone has to hold that blue. Well,
that's very well done from
Yeah.
Richard Evans. Most pressure I've seen a referee put under this championships.
It's a bigger gap.
Good start for Cyan Gampa. Get the confirmation from the referee Richard Evans, and it is another 3 to Warwick Cyan Gampa. 6-0 after 2. What a start.
Yeah, he's very strong. Cyan Gampa there. Yeah, I don't know, he's just really, he's going too quick. He's not settling into this game.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem focused. And we look ahead to the 4th and the last final of the afternoon. Griseles against Zhang, which should be another really intriguing affair. And Peter will be accompanying me to go through the game and dissect and analyse and see who will be crowned the BC4 World Champion.
Yeah, I'll call it the game of the Titans. Yeah, big strong men. That'll be good.
That game will be coming up at 5 o'clock. This game is going at a rate of knots. Opts to go short again. Two meters for Cyan Gampa.
Closer you can get is 1.5 metres. So it's really, really short.
Really test out the skill of both players. And really test out Jan, as you've pointed out, Peter, been firing him at a rate of knots. So he's got to sort of compose himself and calm himself down.
Great line.
Some viewers might think, why is he not attacked the jack? But he's blocked off the angle.
Yeah, as long as you get that angle. And with this power, again, it's an opportunity, or not really an opportunity, there's just a chance here that Jan can just push that ball right onto the jack again. He's back to square one. Yeah, he's shifted it. That's good.
Yeah, right move for Jan. He hasn't been playing his best in this game so far, but that was better from Ji Quan Yang. Got to take these opportunities as Yan.
Yeah. He's looked to the side. The crowd.
Again, just seems to be lacking that calmness when he's got the chance. Whereas when you look at Sayan Gampa, you feel like he's got all the time in the world and the composure to pull anything off.
Yeah, Yan's really frustrated here. He's turned away from the crowd. His countrymen looking on. Not happy with that one.
Yeah, he's pulled up a few times, I've noticed, throughout the game. Just not happy with something. And Yan,
that's good though, you don't go till you're happy.
Nice again from Sayan Gampa, and you hear the defiant roar. Yan just turns away and wonders how he's going to get a point in this game.
Yeah, he's really struggling here to get a good angle, protect this jack after opening things up. The way things are going, he should have brought 6 rocks here. Really, every time he takes it apart, Gampa just puts it back on.
Well, that was not what he was intending.
No.
At all.
All those blues so far away from the jack.
And with the red of Sayan Gampa's protecting the jack as well.
It's really shifted.
He's done really well there.
Yeah.
To shift the jack all that way.
Well, if a ref will measure that one. Looks like red's closest from this angle. It'll be different down there. Red to go.
Here's red to go. So he's done well. There's Ji Quan Yang. Very organised is Sayan Gampa, has his balls lined up in the box. Nicely done as well from Sayan Gampa again.
I wonder if you can see a sliver of white here. No, he's really going for it again.
Two balls remaining for Ji Quan Yang.
You see under Yan's chair, he's got something heavy there to stop the chair from moving.
You can see that ball whistle past the jack. He's done that twice now in the game, just not finding his accuracy. Radar must be off.
Produces a lot of power, it's just controlling that power, hitting that target time and again.
Good replay there to show the ferocity of how quickly he threw that.
Yeah, it's still on here. Not too heavy.
Could be one for Richard Evans to measure. It will be Sayan Gampa to throw anyway. Can Sayangampa win the World Championship with an end to spare? He certainly can.
And then really get out at this end. 2 more balls left.
Well, it's been an exhibition from Warwick Sayangampa.
You can rest against that blue ball, push it away and can set 3. Or we can try and push up that red.
See what the measurements of Richard Evans shows us.
Blue's closer. Red to go. I would have just left that till after I used all my balls. That.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Just smashing the ball away. And now
Another 3, maybe?
3 in a row.
3 threes. Hat trick, a hat trick.
No, he's certainly done that. That is really lovely play from Sayangampa. Again. And it is now 9-0 to Sayangampa, and he just rocks back in his chair. Takes a puff of his cheeks, as he knows he is now the world champion. But you feel that the mood Sayangampa's in, that he'll be wanting more.
He's a hungry man for points.
He'll really want to show his dominance in the BC2 category. Fantastic performance so far, and a fantastic day of action here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. 2 fantastic finals, and a cracking semi-final between Sugimura and Sayangampa this morning, and a 3rd versus 4th playoff between Daniel Michel and Jun Yup Kim, which was another really intriguing match that went all the way to the final end. One more final to go after this one, and it is the BC4 final. Zheng versus Griselas, which should be another intriguing affair. And this match length, when you look at it, 28 minutes. It's short and sharp.
Very quick. BC2 definitely. BC4's usually quick, but this is quicker than BC4 game. Yeah, white ball's open here.
Chance for Sayangampa to take advantage of Jan's first throw.
Okay, Jan, let's get a point here.
He's got a chance if he can break through that gap. Still early days in 4th end.
Just take your time.
Well, that's the first time I've seen Jan just take a moment just to
steady himself.
Oh,
yeah.
And he's actually played a really nice composed shot and done really well again. He must be thinking, why didn't I do this earlier on?
Yeah, 28 minutes ago. I think it's just 1 to blue there. We'll see these balls flying in a minute.
With the power of Sayangampa, I want back against it.
He has to be careful he just doesn't knock the red out. That blue falls and protects it. That's good. Now knock on that red. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Done really well there, Sayangampa again. showing all his class and expertise. And the crowd here, and
taking notes, that's what they're doing.
they're taking notes and watching an exhibition of fantastic boccia. Well done again. And of course, you viewers at home have been able to watch a fantastic player at the peak of his powers in Gamper.
2 maybe? It's a measure.
It definitely is. It might just be 2.
Oh, great power.
Well done from Jan, who's really come to the fore in his final end. Bit too late though, to be challenging for the championship.
If we had played 8 ends, then things might be different. It's a bit too late here.
A shake of a head from Jan.
Gamper, can you see this white here? He's moved further back in his box. In between the 2 blues. Yeah.
Oh, superb again from Gamper, but he still doesn't like it as much as he would have hoped. But it's
not
still
secure.
Good.
Yeah.
There's only a ball left for Jan. Oh, he's done really well there, Jan. Just to nestle it in between the path he created. But now, Gamper has 2 balls remaining. Let's see what he can do.
Can he keep a clinching?
That would be very impressive in a
double figure final as well.
Yeah, that would be also incredibly impressive.
Oh. Now we can roll up here, gently rest in there, or hit it back.
Couple of options for Gamper.
I'd go for the blue. Knock that blue out and you got 3 reds sitting there. Why not? It's all over. Nothing to lose.
The last ball for Gamper of this World Championships. And he hasn't been able to get into double figures. But he has secured the World Championships for the BC2 category. And what a player he is, and a true champion, and he's added another trophy to his cabinet, another medal around his neck, another gold medal in particular, and a really true fantastic player in Gamper.
Yeah. Just get pushed. A bit too rapid from the get-go. Maybe if you just calm down, relax in the game earlier. You know, get pushed back a bit more. Too many loose balls, I think.
Jan never looked settled, did he, during the game, and Gamper took advantage of it. Actually performed a truly professional and magnificent final performance. A result that means that he is the BC2 World Champion, and deservedly so. Jan put in a great tournament, but he's fallen short at the final hurdle. And we are now crowned another World Champion in Warut Gamper. We have one more final left for you this afternoon, as we just take another look at the scorecard. Gamper, so clinical.
Yeah, all those red balls left at the end there, after every end. If you want those points, you want to be finishing with those coloured balls of your own.
Superb performance then from Gamper. And we now move on to our 4th final, and the last final of the day in the individual championships, the last game here in the exhibition centre. And it will be Yusan San Zheng against Euclides Grisales of Colombia, Zheng of China. And it will be a really interesting affair. Please do join us at 5 o'clock for our fourth final of the day, as it is set to be another cracking game of boccia. Bye-bye.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable, and partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage. Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other.
104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication, so there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls, so, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Weighing approximately 275 grams, and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
Recaerá el tiempo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the 2018 World Boccia Championships BC3 medal ceremony. Please welcome your medalists.
Well, it's now time for the medal ceremony for the BC3 classification. Classification that saw twists and turns throughout the entire competition. And it really was a fantastic final and a third versus fourth playoff as well.
The final of the tournament so far as well.
Danny Massell of Australia, only 22. I'm sure he's got a bright young future ahead of him. Wan Jong, such a familiar name in the BC3 category. Gold in Rio, second best this time after an extraordinary final end.
He also took 18 months out back, so it's great to see him reaching this far after being so long out of the game. So
You always want the best competitors in the competitions, don't you?
With his assistant Ashley McClure, Daniel Michel.
Michel picking up the bronze medal. Came up against a formidable opponent in Polychronidius, but he'll be happy with the bronze medal. It was a really tight affair up until the final end. He did really well, did Daniel Michel, to claim the bronze medal. Only 22 years old, he's got a bright future ahead of him, this Daniel Michel.
yeah, he's learnt a lot so far in his short career. Really help him if he keeps evolving, doing what he does best.
Hwan Jong, the runner-up in the BC3 classification. He looked like he was going on to win the gold, but for an extraordinary turn of events that no one saw coming.
That's what happened to Boccia.
It's an amazing game.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be delighted with his silver medal after being away for so long, as Peter mentioned.
And your gold medalist.
And now it's time to crown our world champion in the BC3 category.
From Greece,
Polychronidius. What a champion, what a player. And he's done it again. Silver in the Paralympics in 2016. He's now won the gold in the World Championships here in Liverpool, and you can see the smile on his face. He's joined with his wife, who's assistant, Katrina, the dream team.
Yes, yeah. Great couple. Very friendly. Different things. That's what they are. Complement each other very well.
Well, huge congratulations to Polychronidius and all the winners of the BC3 category, the silver Hwan Jong and bronze of Daniel Michel.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It's now time for the national anthem of Greece for our winner of the BC3 category. delight to see. Polyconidius, tears of joy. He simply is the greatest in the BC3 category at this present time, and he's going to take some stopping. Hoping to see all these players in the Paralympics in 2 years' time. Just look at the smile on Polyconidius, beaming.
Really hard to break into the top of this category. That's how strong they are up here.
Daniel Michel should take great credit of his bronze medal. Superb championship for him. Well, we're now only 10 minutes away from our fourth and final of the afternoon as we go to the BC4 category. Yu Sansang Zheng, Euclides Grisales. It should be a very intriguing affair. We'll bring you that one at 5 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, your BC4 final starts in 8 minutes.
Gato. Está grande, ¿no? Pero señores, de hoy no puede pasar el bautizo, ya estoy mamado. Profe, usted escribió que el horario de entreno, la cancha 1, solo la cancha 1. Pues es que me la negocié. No había horario de entreno y yo en detalle hice un entrenar, pero yo decidí la cogía. Grabamos claro, la presentación y todo, la salida, todo. Oye, ¿será que grabamos el backstage? Ahí nos presentan como... Claro,
Welcome back to the exhibition centre in Liverpool. It's the 2018 BISFed Boccia World Championships, and we're on to our final game of the day. It's the BC4 final, and this one is set up to be a cracker. We've already had 3 really intriguing finals, more so than the BC3 final. But now we move on to the BC4 category, introducing from China, Yusen Zheng, and from Colombia, Euclides Grisales. And I'm delighted again to be welcoming Peter Maguire to the commentary box for this one. It's set to be another fascinating game, Peter.
Yeah, 2 titans here in this class. Just hope it's exciting, end to end, as we've seen before in previous games here. Both of them kind of demolished their groups, and on the way here Zheng beat silver medalist Samuel from Slovak 7-0, and Grisales beat 5 times Paralympian Pinto in his group. So the two of them knocked out giants themselves.
So they fully deserve to be there, and they've really played well to get to this position.
Very strong.
And let's, as you've just mentioned there, Peter, let's have a look at their route to the final. And one name in particular for me that stands out on that results scorecard is Boris Nikolai.
Yeah.
Did fantastically well. Knocked out
Underdog.
your brother,
He
Stephen.
did. Managed to get the bronze medal in the end. I'm pleased for him to get that. It was great for Boris.
Yeah, felt like he really deserved it. Alison Levine as well put in a really good shift in this tournament as well.
Yeah.
So some really high class players and high quality games in the BC4 championships. Well, our attention focuses on Zheng and Griselles.
Two different styles of throw as well. You get a two-handed throw by Grisales and the pendulum swing here from Zheng. Still, both can generate good power.
We've not seen Griselles on the show court in these championships, so it'll be maybe a daunting task for Griselles and Yu Sen Zheng as well.
Colombia does have the advantage of the noise that they bring here to the crowds.
Yeah,
so
they've got a great following.
Well.
They've really got a great following in their formidable bright yellow tracksuits. Over on the right-hand side of the court, as you're looking out on screen, I'm sure we'll see some fantastic shots of the Colombian players and staff throughout the match. And it will be Griselles to start us off. Well, what a championships it's been here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. And we are down to our final game in the individual competition. Of course, don't go anywhere over the next couple of days. We'll have the team and pairs competitions live for you throughout the days until Saturday evening, which I'm sure will be equally as exciting as what we've witnessed.
Yeah. Different dynamic too, you know, with multiple players on the court. It changes everything.
Our attention for now is on the BC4 final, and what I'm sure will be another cracking match. So here we go. It's Griselles to start us off with his two-arm throw. Something very unusual we haven't seen so far on the show court.
Going long. Nine meters.
9 meters it's looking like for Griselles. He's got that power.
Yeah.
Two-arm throw.
Wrist technique as well. You need to be in sync for both arms.
Hola.
Maybe. See that.
Nice looking start for Griselles, but still the jack is open for Zheng. Oh, he's nestled it in there as Zheng. What a start.
Yeah. Nice and calm.
Well, you were crying out for a game like Polychronides' earlier. Could this be the game you were hoping for, Peter?
Great way to finish the individuals here. That's what we want.
Can they put on a show?
See how he responds here. attention in the crowd here is really good as well. That will bring the spirits up.
Nicely played as well, so good starts from both Zheng and Griselles.
It's hard to see from our angle above, but Griselles, it's good to have a second chance here. Deep breath.
You hear the cheers from the Colombian faithful. They're really happy with that.
Maybe two.
Why not? That is a superb shot from Griselles.
Zheng has the power here to really smack this and open it clear. That's one chance you can have, or you can go on top. Why keep it tight when you've got those balls to use? Your opponents use 3.
Also worth mentioning that we're very close to the court line as well.
Yeah, that'll change everything if it gets replaced back in the cross.
Or can he reply?
He's pushing that. Yep, Blue's point.
Very nicely done from Zheng. The accuracy is certainly there.
Yeah, 2 great players here long. Oh, great push.
Really nicely done.
Well protected as well, keeping that ball in place. Griselles again can just push that middle red up. But if I was him, I would put some spin on it to try and climb and sit on top as well. Get an extra point in security. We're just offline.
Just whiz pass from Griselles.
First error we've seen from those two today.
Number 4 in the BC4 rankings is Griselles.
Zheng is a little lower, but he hasn't been going to as many competitions as the others in the past couple of years.
Yeah, and you can see in his ranking he has fallen to 11th in the rankings as well. So he'll be looking to boost that. He's already done so, getting to the final.
Hola!
Hola! Says point again.
Yeah, very nicely done from Griselles.
1 in a measure. You want to go see now?
Let's have another look. Yeah, just a slight nudge. But that slight nudge makes all the difference. And here's Zheng who wants to have another look. Three balls remaining for Zheng.
All that wide.
Through the gap.
I think he's just trying to knock on those 2 blues, cannon it in there.
And his accuracy from the first 2 throws is slightly gone.
I think they're both a little worried now. The way things are sitting up there.
Grisales just looking on. Hands in his pockets.
He got it.
He has, and he's nudged it.
Good cannon there. Yeah, I think that's one blue.
Very, very close, Peter. Measurements, we could see the, unless it's nudged even further, could see the torch come out.
A little softer, and that could have stayed up and fell on top of that jack. Final ball here with red, so he has to really get this, especially in his own end.
Under pressure, and he pulls off a superb looking shot.
Yeah.
How do these guys do it sometimes under this amount of pressure in such a big game?
That red's exposed, the one holding up the one on top though. Zheng can knock that and take the point back. There's a chance he could hit the front red in as well, so he has to be really precise in hitting this.
So it's all down to Zheng, 2 balls remaining.
Bound up.
Oh, misses it by some distance.
Yeah, he's too scared in case it hits that front red. That's what he's worried about. It's not there, you just say in your mind it's not there. Just hit that ball you want. Got it.
Oh, he's done it. Fantastic from Zheng. And he looks like he has claimed the point.
Yeah, Grisales wants to go see.
Just wants to double check, does Grisales. But it's been a high quality first end. Here comes the cry from the Colombians. Really fantastic atmosphere on Show Court for this 4th final of the afternoon. As the stakes have been risen, 1-0 lead for Zheng.
Grisales would be disappointed he didn't win his own end there. But it was just 1 point, and again it went down to the final ball. See how he copes here. His opponent's jack now.
Just looking back at the BC1 results, and of course the win for David Smith in the final. A resounding 7-2 win over Kai Sun. And a pretty comfortable win, and was even allowed to even showboat and take his eye off the ball a bit in the final end.
Think about both. He was all over the place in that final end. Yeah.
You could see the smile, and I got the chance to speak to him after. And he was delighted with his victory and the gold medal.
He also got that possession with his teammates as well.
He did.
Good.
Yeah, great reception for David Smith. But let's all focus on this BC4 match and the final game of the day here at the World Boccia Championships at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool on the banks of the River Mersey. Incredibly short shot this time.
Yeah, it's because Grisales, he's two-handed throw. Sometimes it's a little harder to be more consistent, precise, just right over the V-line.
2 metres for Zheng. That's nice, but it's still got a sight of it as Grisales.
You can smack it well here. It's just the follow-up of rolling up to it. Hopefully he's a lot of practice in his course.
thumbs at the top of the ball. Really
secure and just give it more power.
Oh, nice. Grisales, the blue of Zheng doesn't even move.
No, it's right on top of that white.
Lovely shot from Grisales. Can he follow it up?
It's good distance now for him. It's just has to watch out for that blue. A little bit further back in the box would be good.
Just double checking his wheels, making sure he's not going to give away a ball penalty. Really nice play from Grisales. Zheng needs to respond.
Now if Zheng hits this white, there's a red at the back and fall into as well. So he has to watch here the power he puts in. Yeah. Oh no, it's made it harder.
Yeah, he sort of closed off the angle there for himself as Zheng. Have another replay of that.
The connection with the red first. He didn't want that, just all white, that's what he needed. So let's take another go now. He's not in control. That's not the controlling ball.
He sort of let go of it, and as soon as he did, he wasn't too pleased with it. But it is right next to the jack for him. But of course, Grisales has 4 balls remaining.
Just has to knock this one up. Or if you can see any of the white, just place it on it.
And we'll try and nudge the blue ball of Zheng's away. It looks like it still will be Grisales to play.
Yep.
He wants to go into the back of his box. Not the quality that we saw in the first end, Peter.
No. We have those kind of falls. He got it.
There we go, that's a bit better from Grisales. He'll be happy with that one. Just nudging it on to the jack.
Zheng will hit this pretty hard as well. Again.
Winds it up.
Oh, and the back ball can play.
I don't think that's ideal for Zheng.
He should have known how his ball was going to move. It's his own jack, you know. You can't really say, I didn't know. It was Grisales' jack. Out. Little error there. Can you see it?
Goes over the top, and what a shot that is from Zheng.
Gets him spinning that ball.
That is superb, and no wonder his fellow players and staff enjoyed that one. Minute bell sounding for Grisales.
Oh,
very close. You could see what he was trying to do, and he nearly pulled it off.
Yeah. Does he go for this point here? Push up again? I think he must. Less than 30 seconds to go.
One ball remaining for Grisales. Oh, very nicely done. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, asking for
over top and referee.
Vamos, 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 vamos.
Give his ball away.
Esta es Colombia que tiene sabor, que tiene sabor. Arriba Colombia que tiene sabor, que tiene sabor. Vamos!
Zheng actually playing along to the crowd of the Colombians there. Just wanting to have another look. He's handing his ball in, Zheng. You seem happy. Zheng will double his lead going into the third end, so he's got the 2-0 lead, but he's not in total control.
No, anything can happen. Just one by the end. There's 6 balls. Pick up 6 points one end.
That would be quite something, wouldn't it? To end the individual competition. Having another look back on the BC2 competition, and it was a resounding win for Sayin Gampa, Shi Guanyang.
Training class.
He really was fantastic this afternoon.
Yeah, really strong. Just ground his opponent down. 3 points, 3 points, 3 points.
Two more ends of the individual competition left in the World Boccia Championships here in Liverpool. The crowd has been fantastic all day, and they are gripped to the very end. What has been a really intriguing day of boccia.
Looks so calm, relaxed there now, say.
Grisales, with a quick glance over to his team.
Looking for that shout and support. Sticking to the same tactics. Just a little short on the last one, but right up there on 9 metres.
Eight metres for Grisales. Similar position though to the first end.
Yeah.
And he attacks it straight away.
The line's off this time. Don't know if it's thinking about what's happened previous ends.
You've mentioned a lot in this tournament, Peter, about not having a muddled mind, and it's very important.
I'm very fortunate here with UK Sport, having support of sports psychologists and that. It's really helped bring us on the game. It's a game similar to like the shooters have, where you have to be really calm, slow your heart rate down, actually throwing that shot. It's a strange shot there by Zheng.
Yeah, was that a mistake or a
blocker?
A blocker, yeah. We'll have to wait and see from Zheng. Yeah, aims straight for it.
Oh, just shot. Yeah. Yeah, that was a blocker. You're just putting something in there to annoy his opponent, I think.
Nicely done from Zheng so far, but can he get that all important third ball heading towards the jack?
Certainly, yeah, that's scoring.
Certainly is, and he used the ball of Grisales.
Can Grisales see that ball coming off him there?
Vamos, papá, vamos.
Yeah, possibility.
Aumenta la tensión en el estadio.
Oh.
Just needed to bounce the other way. You can see what he was trying to do.
Still there. Just has to go slightly to the right. Our left.
Can he produce Grisales?
It's it.
It's really nicely played from Grisales. He was eyeing it up.
It's going to be really effective now, also being behind the jack. Zheng hits that blue towards the white. If the white goes back, he's just got to stick on that red.
What can Zheng produce now? Oh, well. Took out a few on his way towards the jack.
Pinball wizard.
Just going to have another look. Here's Yu San Sen Zheng. Number 11 in the BC4 rankings compared to Grisales, number 4.
See what he's trying to do, he's trying to push that blue loose one towards the jack, but just overcooked it. Came too far to the side.
With one ball remaining for Zheng in this end. It's a crucial ball.
Yeah, you can't leave that jack exposed.
Got it. He's got it. He's done really well.
That's one red, one blue.
Nicely done from Yu
1-1.
San San Zheng.
Move it back. Yeah, it's touching that red also. He has to be careful now when he's whacking this. Sometimes when you went to the backslash, it does cannon away the back ball. Not momentum, because shift right through all the balls. You can just see the side of the white. He misses the front blue. You can push it off the blue and onto the red, so might be an option if you can. Really tricky. He has to go for something. Yeah.
Made it difficult for himself now. Might try and nudge that red a bit closer, but
That's all he's got. He's kind of hampered himself. He's trying to look round it now. Got to use all his time again. Think this through. Try to find the answers in the gums there.
Let's have another look. Hasn't got a lot of time.
No.
Grisales.
Bien, hijo, bien.
Bien, bien, bien,
Muy bien.
And that is sounds like the end of time for that end for Grisales.
Yeah, he should have went for it. He should not have handled it.
He didn't. It looks like Zheng will extend his lead.
Can't expect to just pick up 3 or 4 points at the final end against a champion like Zheng. Does he know something we don't? Is it one red? Doesn't look a bit pleased there.
Yeah, certainly taking the time.
Okay, that's not going through. That's through, oh yeah. That was great. Let's change things.
That certainly has changed the momentum of this game. It looked initially from my eye that there's going to be another point to, or a share of the points at least. But Grisales has added a point and Zheng hasn't, so we're going to go into the final end 2-1 and all to play for. Drama until the very end,
Peter. Be a late night for us.
And just looking back at the BC3 and just the most extraordinary game. That final will live long in the memory of everyone that was here, and if you're watching on the live stream. Polygrinidis with a 6-5 win over Zhang, but that's not the full story. It was 4 points down, and he played the long game and won. So one more end to go in the individual competition. And drama and curiosity all the way will be glued for the next 10 minutes.
Will Zheng goes short again, right in the V line. Will he go a little further next to the tram lines? Right, oh, it just made it over there.
Just, and only just. I think his heart was in his mouth for a second.
Great angle.
Nice from Zheng. Just the start he needed. See how Grisales approaches this one. He did it, and it's helped him out massively, and he's created a slight angle for himself, potentially.
Nod of congratulations here from Zheng also.
And we talked about the great respect that all the players have in the medal ceremony before this game, and it's really great to see.
Yeah, no bitterness here. just find it hard to get a line in.
Very similar actually to the second end, where the ball was played very short and Grisales managed to clear the ball away. See what he does now.
He has to be really precise coming up this backside of the blue. Oh, he's gone for it again.
Wow, well he's pushed it even further.
Wasn't happy where it was sitting there. Couldn't see it. Now he's more clear.
Does favour the long game.
Yeah.
And you can see that in his placement when he had the jack under possession.
Compose himself.
Nicely done. What a shot from Grisales.
That angle was really superb, really tight.
And a shot that could go a long way in who we find will be crowned BC4 World Champion.
There's always a problem there.
You can see as soon as it happened that he wasn't happy. Good angle from the camera above just to see the perspective.
Doesn't really want to touch that front red. It's affecting Zheng. So he's going to try and come up behind it. If he can see all the white, it'll be good.
He might just have an angle on it, although he will know better than us with the view he'll have. Very tense and dramatic here on the final end on the show court.
All the Colombians holding their breath.
Oh, and he's found the gap, but it's
a little loose, but I don't know if Zheng can actually see it.
Did fall away from the jack slightly, but could be a difficult angle this for Zheng.
He's coming to the front. You can come in half power and kind of push that red away and sit, or you can just smack it away. Over the
oh wow, that is incredible from Yu Sansen Zheng. That really is a stunning shot, and we've seen some brilliant play over the course of the afternoon, and that's another one to add to the highlights tonight.
Hop, skip and a jump, and it's there.
Superb.
Yeah.
Drama all the way on the show court. Intense glow from the court. Oh, he's fixed on Grisales.
You got there.
Managed to reach it.
Can he see it?
But he's only got one ball remaining.
He had to go for final end.
Well, Grisales will have to pull off something pretty magical here and hope that Zheng's radar has been switched off temporarily.
30 seconds call there. He always uses all his time. Oh, just nipped out there.
Not quite, and that means that Zheng will be the world champion in the BC4 category.
And only a champion can have hair like that. I couldn't pull that off.
His performance has matched his hairstyle. Bold, brave, and he's pulled it off. And he's looking for more. And he knows that he will be the BC4 World Champion, and he adds a 4th to that scoreboard with a superb shot. And that just shows the class of Yu San Sen Zheng. That's a 5th as well.
Yeah, it's very tight to that point longer.
What a performance he's putting on for the supporters who've been there all day. And a terrific performance. And Gonzalez, don't think he could argue with that, but he's got the support from his fellow players and supporters. What a victory that is for Yu San Sen Zheng. He'll be delighted with that one. It's a gold medal. But what a terrific final that was, and what a terrific last 3 shots as well.
Very tense it was, right up till Gonzalez ran out of balls. It could have went the other way. It was hit for hit, you know, knock for knock. And that's the kind of performances you want for the final. Thoroughly enjoyed that.
Yeah, terrific game, and what a way to end the individual competition here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. A terrific game, and we look at the scorecard now, and it ebbed and flowed all the way to the final end, and
2 long ends, very long ends and 2 very short ends.
Zheng pulled off a masterstroke in the final end. Well, what a day it's been here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. We've seen some fantastic matches throughout the day. But please don't go away, as we'll have the medal ceremonies for the BC2 final and the BC3 categories as well. We'll be with those medal ceremonies very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
My name's Nigel Murray, and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities, and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable, and partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. and the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if two reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible, win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable, and partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls, 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the 2018 World Boccia Championship BC2 medal ceremony. Please welcome your medalists.
Well, now it's time for the third medal ceremony of the day, and it's the BC2 classification, and a really fascinating competition it's been over the last couple of days, and some really great players and some memorable games throughout the opening couple of days here at the World Championships.
Yeah, the Far East and the Asian countries are really coming to powerhouse in this category now, as you can see. All from that side of the world.
interesting to see how they get on in 2 years' time in the Paralympics, of course. Haitaki Sugimura claims the bronze medal. He went out to Seien Gampa in the semi-finals. 8-0 loss, but he's pulled out the bag to win the bronze medal against Robert Mejik, who is a tough opponent in these championships, so he'll be delighted to claim the bronze medal.
From the People's Republic of China, Ji Qian Yang.
And the silver medal for Ji Qian Yang. Wasn't the performance he was looking for. He didn't seem as relaxed as he'd been throughout the championships. I'm sure he'll be delighted with the silver medal.
Yeah, it's always good to take something home after an event like this. Even the cuddly toys.
He was having a good look at the toy he received with his medal. But the gold medal winner, Warren Seien Gampa, a truly fantastic performance in the final. He looked so composed and calm, and he played his way to the gold medal and was faultless throughout the competition. He was simply superb.
Very clinical. Just ground his opponents down. Those are the kind of champions I like to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Thailand.
National anthem now of Thailand. Always a proud moment when you hear your national anthem rang out at any tournament. But for Seien Gampa, it's a truly special occasion as he claims the gold medal. Truly emphatic style in the BC2 final as well.
A great start on his road to Tokyo Paralympics. Up ahead.
I'm sure we're all very excited to see how they get on in the Paralympics in 2020. There we have it, the medal ceremony for the BC2 classification. We have one more remaining, so please stick around and see your medalists for the BC4 category. It was a terrific final. I'm sure you'd like to see your winners one more time, so please do stay with us or come back if you fancy to get something to eat or a drink, and we'll see you at 6:15.
Go. Mata ready. ¿Qué pasó?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the 2018 World Boccia Championship BC4 individual medal ceremony. Please welcome your medalists.
Well, it's now time for the fourth and final medal ceremony of the day, and it's the BC4 classification, last final of the day, and it was a really tight and close affair up until the very last end, which is where we like it in Boccia.
Colombia!
BC4 Academy is really strong. Boris, he's got both good off. Alison Levine as well. Now down to the final line. Also for that. Great performances
The bronze medal, Boris Nikolai, who had a fantastic tournament. He beat some real big guns in the BC4 classification. None other than your brother Stephen as well in the last 16.
It was a really close match. I think every match for us was tight. He's ground it out. He's been the athletes champion here this tournament. We've all loved it.
Fantastic from Boris Nikolai. Runners up, and we hear the Colombian fans in the background. Gladys Grisales.
¡Esta es Colombia que tiene sabor!
That's the famous chant from the Colombians. You can hear them all through the tournament. He put in a really good performance in the final. It was just the last end that Zheng really took him to the sword.
These little errors. And that final end really close.
Our winner of the BC4 Individual World Champions is Yusan Zheng, and he put in a fantastic performance in the final and well deserved. He's had a fantastic tournament. He's another we are looking forward to seeing in the Paralympics in 2 years' time. We'll be relishing the chance to play in Asia. And we'll have, as customary, the national anthem of the winning individual.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for your BC4 medalists.
Well, there we have our medalist for the BC4 classification. Truly fantastic tournament from all the classifications. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all the live coverage over the opening 4 days of the World Championships. We've witnessed some brilliant games of boccia. And we now have 4 new world champions. The individual competitions may have finished, but there is still some very exciting boccia to be played over the course of the week, with the team and pair competitions starting bright and early tomorrow at 10 AM.
Looking forward to it. Balls to be played.
It's going to be some couple of days, isn't it, Peter?
Yeah.
From myself, Peter, Scott, Dominic and the rest of the team here, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the team and pairs competition.
See you there.